Yeah, yeah. Maybe she's there because we had held that. Is it okay?
We must open for YouTube, so just.
Sorry. Yeah.
Line.
Βάλα να τρέχει αυτό. Κάναμε τώρα.
Yeah. So do I share the slides or?
Also mode now.
Yeah, but I want to show the opening slide.
First, I must show the two. And then.
In this slideshow? Can they see the slideshow on the Zoom? I need to. Yeah, let me.
Yeah,
He closed it.
Yes, we can share.
Yeah.
Ωραία, το κλείνουμε μόλις τελειώσει την ομιλία της και μετά γίνεται να σου πει.
Έτσι αφήστε το έτσι.
Ας κάνει eso, δεν
I think
πειράζει.
it's okay now.
Δεν θα φαίνεται οι διαιτητές εδώ, δεν τους λέει.
Δεν πειράζει. Μόλις κλείσει μετά είναι το share.
Okay.
Okay.
There is a clicker on the table. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Sorry for some technical issues, of course. I want to welcome everyone. My name is Helena Ullgren. For those of you that didn't meet me yesterday, I'm the president-elect of EONS, and I'm so happy for yesterday, those of you that were joining us yesterday, and I'm also happy for all of you that are new here today. I'm not going to say so much more than just welcome, and I want to introduce a very important person for EONS that we didn't really introduce yesterday, Malika Denolf. Do you want to say something?
So, welcome everybody.
It's a real pleasure to be here at ECND25, a day that brings together so many passionate professionals
I'm sorry.
for Europe and beyond.
Sorry. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Malika, and I joined EONS not so long ago, and I'm the CEO, the new CEO of this organization. And it's a real pleasure to be here at ECND. It's my first one, and a day that brings together so many passionate professionals from all over Europe and beyond. And I've been with EONS from about 4 months now. And I have to say, I'm really inspired by the dedication and the expertise within our network. It's really inspiring. And I also would like to take the time to thank the Hellenic Society of Oncology Nursing. I want to thank EONS and the wonderful facilitators for their warm welcome, for their collaboration and their efforts for making this event possible. And then I met some of you yesterday, but I look forward to meeting many others of you today and to hearing your insights, because I'm here to listen, to learn, and also to support where I can. So I'm open to all of the comments. And then I want to end by wishing you all an inspiring and energizing time together. So thank you.
On behalf of Mrs. ECND25, that she's had to be out of Athens, I would like to introduce Professor Sofia Ziga. She's the Vice President of the Hellenic Nurse Association. He's a good friend and he's very helpful. And she also was a patient here in Euroclinic that we are, so she knows us very well as hospital and of course association. Sofia, we're very happy to have you from Sparta here to Athens through Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Papageorgiou. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sofia Ziga. On behalf of the President of the Hellenic Nurses Association, Professor Emeritus Eleni Kiritsi, I'm delighted to welcome you to Athens. The Hellenic Oncology Nurses Association was among the founding members of EONS, a testament to our long-standing commitment to active participation in European organization, to openness, and to meaningful collaboration. Although professional obligation prevent me from being with you in person today, I'm confident that the event will be a great success thanks to the dedication and hard work of our colleagues. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Athens Euroclinic, and in particular to Mr. Voukalis Antonios, Mrs. Agora Kandzia, and Mrs. Tsilikuna for their support and willingness to organize this important gathering. We wish you every success for the event. It is a pleasure to have you with us, and we look forward to welcoming you back to Athens in the near future.
Sofia, thank you very much. This event won't take place, will happen if Mr. Voukalis, Ms. Kandzia, and Ms. Tsilikuna said yes to our proposal to be the hostel room for this event. So I would like to introduce Mr. Voukalis, Dos Voukalis. He's nurse, he's our CEO here, he helps a lot of the nursing. So we must tell him thank you for this acceptance for this event.
Hello, and welcome you to Euroclinic and to Athens. Yes, the truth is I'm a nurse. I took my bachelor degree in 35 years ago, unfortunately. I have 28 years experience in hospitals, but mainly in management positions. But nursing is like a virus. If you got it, you never getting ill. So to say a big bravo to all of you, because nursing is the key element of health, health service. And for us that we are working in the health service so many years, we know exactly the role of the nursing and the importance of the nurses. We are very lucky to have with us Dimitris Papageorgiou that helps us and brings us in the up-to-date what happens here in the nursing evolutions. And to be honest with you, we'll We have a great problem here in Greece, and I think in all Europe, because we cannot find nurses, even in the first level. Imagine what happens if we are trying to find educated and specialized nurses. So we are putting all our effort and all our help to educate, to promote, to do our best as a hospital and help nursing and especially oncology nursing to go to the next level. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. We now welcome Mrs. Danai Dagliani, Head of the Medical Oncology Department at the Euroclinic, for her greeting.
Thank you and good morning to everyone. I've been a medical oncologist for a little bit more than 30 years, both in the States and in Greece. And through these years, I learned a lot from nurses and I thank them for that. I would like to congratulate you. No, it's true, actually, especially during residency in the United States, you wouldn't survive if you didn't have a good nurse beside you. I would like to congratulate you for your dedication to improve cancer care and research, and thank you for your compassion and support to patients and their families. I know you are the soul of the hospital and the patients' advocates, and that I learned through my training. I wish you to have a great Cancer Nursing Day, and I hope you continue advancing the field of cancer oncology and cancer nursing. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Mrs. Dagliani, for her kind greeting. And now we invite Mrs. Agori Gantsia, a Euroclinic Nurse Director, for her greeting.
Good morning. The following is a greeting on behalf of the Director of Nursing Department, Mrs. Agori Gantsia, whom I'm representing today due to her absence for family reasons. Dear colleagues, good morning. I'm particularly happy as the Director of the Euroclinic's Nursing Department to welcome you to Greece, to Athens, to our hospital, in order to celebrate the European Oncology Nursing Day. I'm very sorry that family reasons made me be away from Athens, but a lot of my colleagues are there with all of you. Our hospital has a very active oncology unit and works closely with the Hellenic Oncology Nurses Association, since its president is also the head of our clinic. I would like to express my thanks to Mr. Vouklaris and Mrs. Tsilikounas for their immediate and positive response to our request to co-organize this great event. I hope you enjoy your accommodation in our city. I'm sure there will be creative meetings which will help the oncology nursing globally. Welcome to Euroclinic. Welcome to Athens.
Thank you. And now we welcome Mr. Dimitris Porotogyros on behalf of Mr. Manolis Aloustros, President of the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncology, Professor of Clinical Oncology at the University of Thessalia, for a short greeting.
Thank you and welcome all in Athens. I guess that you already know that I'm not a medical oncologist. So on behalf of the Hellenic Medical Oncologists, I would like to share their greetings. Dear EON's President and Board, dear President of the Hellenic Oncology Nursing Society and Board, dear esteemed colleagues and cancer nurses, it is a great honor and pleasure to address this greeting at the ceremony opening of the main event of the European Cancer Nursing Day. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncologists, I express my deepest respect for the valuable work of nurses and nurses in oncology specifically. The care they offer is multifaceted, combining scientific knowledge with human contact and substantial support of patients in each stage of their treatment. This event is an important opportunity to highlight this crucial role, promoting innovation and strengthening interdisciplinary collaboration which is fundamental to holistic care of our patients. We look forward to a fruitful collaboration with the Hellenic Oncology Nursing Society to further upgrade cancer care in Greece. Warm congratulations to the organization of this event in Greece and every success to the event and constructive dialogue. Thank you very much, with particular participation, Dr. Emanuel Salustros.
Thank you, Mr. Protogeros and Mr. Salustros. We now invite Mr. George Kapetanakis, President of Hellenic Cancer Federation, ELOC, to address us with a short greeting.
Good morning, dear friends, my dear friend Dimitris, the President, esteemed guests. It is with great emotion and deep appreciation that I join you today on this special occasion dedicated to those who stand by our side quietly yet powerfully every single day, the oncology nurses. As a representative of the cancer patients and umbrella organization, ELOC, I want to express our sincere gratitude for the role you play, not only in providing care, but in offering hope. Your contribution is fundamental to the multidisciplinary and holistic approach to patient care. You are not just healthcare professionals, you are our guides, companions, and advocates for us, patients, throughout every stage of the cancer journey. You are there at the beginning, during the very difficult moment when the pathway starts. You are there during treatment when fear, fatigue, and uncertainty overwhelm. And you are there still afterward when physical and emotional recovery must go hand in hand with the need to reintegrate and return to life, to work, to some sense of normalcy. Your guidance through the complexities of the healthcare system is invaluable. Many of you act as bridges between patients and the broader care system, and this is something we feel deeply and appreciate profoundly. At a time when we speak more and more about patient-centered, person-centered care and the humanization of healthcare services, oncology nurses are the living embodiment of these principles. Thank you all for what you do, for all that you are, and for the light you bring to some of the darkest moments in our lives. We wish you success of this Congress, of this event, and I hope that next time I have the opportunity to be in person with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapetanakis. That was very, very inspiring. Kalimera. So thank you very much to everyone for the very welcoming messages. We really feel at home in Athens. The next part of our program is our keynote lecture. It's a privilege and honor for me to present to you and introduce to you our keynote speaker. So Jose Ramalho is a policy analyst at the OECD Health Division, focusing on health systems research, health statistics, and country monitoring. A medical doctor with an MPH, a Master in Public Health from Nova School of Public Health. He trained in public health in Portugal. At the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, his work includes developing modeling approaches and conducting policy analysis on workforce, health, labor markets, alongside contributions to cancer policy and health system performance, supporting evidence-informed policymaking at the international level. It is an honor for all of us and a privilege to have, on celebration of European Cancer Nursing Day, our keynote lecture speaker, Dr. Jose Ramalho.
Morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here to mark the day of the European Cancer Nursing Day and to set the stage for what I hope and I'm sure will be a day full of very interesting discussions. In the next 15 minutes, I'll try to make the case for what countries need to do to plug the health workforce shortages that they're meeting through innovating and diversification of their workforce strategies. I'm seeing the text and the numbers.
Can I go to something for that? This is the version of I can do. Okay.
Well, the view. It seems that not sure if it's the cover screen or the slides seem to be empty.
Yeah.
They don't have anything. I think it's the European cancer.
This is the,
Doesn't help to click.
No, they're empty.
no, they're empty.
Oh,
It should be compatible. So
sorry.
it might not be compatible.
With the,
So the version might not be the same. That's why it's not appearing.
But I'm seeing the
yes, you know,
text and the numbers. It just has the screening of the European oncology nursing over it.
but these are other colors.
Yeah. So it's the compatibility.
Well, I can try to do the presentation. Can you see this background? Can you remove it?
So Nicolina have the original one. Maybe she can put that up instead.
No, I'm also missing the graphs. You know, it's
She has to.
Yes,
Yeah, that's.
we have all the problem
Yeah.
with
It was
no.
only that one.
excuse me. No, it's the graphs. What could just give me a second?
But let her bring the original one then. Without our template, maybe.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's
So
because
you
otherwise I
won't
don't
have
have
the thing.
numbers. So yeah, it's
So
just a bit
Nicolina,
difficult to
yeah, sorry
do
for
it.
that.
Each one.
we change the colors.
Maybe this will work.
Plug in my computer.
Can we have this computer or it might?
No, we have a delay for 10 minutes.
Sorry, I have the original slides. you
Okay,
sent.
perfect.
That's great.
Okay, what should we do without any issues? You know? So. Sorry for that.
These other versions.
Otherwise, we make for a very boring presentation of just me talking.
Next.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Should we be set now? And I'll try to make my case and be short as to recover some of this time. But the matter of the fact is that cancer incidence has been increasing in Europe for the past 3 decades. And since the 1990s, it has climbed almost 50%. And in 2022 alone, it claimed more than 1.2 million lives and over 2 cardiovascular diseases as the main and leading cause of death in at least 5 countries. And is set to be the leading cause of death in several other countries in the coming years. In 2022 alone, across the EU, we had 2.7 million diagnoses. We're talking about around 5 new cancer diagnoses every minute, and we're expecting this to increase. And most of this increase over the last decade came on the back of population aging, a mega trend in our societies and in health that's yet to fully unfold across Europe. And this mega trend that's yet to unfold or is currently unfolding is going to worsen and stretch our health systems significantly. So we've moved over the past decade from 1 in every 6 people to 1 in every 5 being over the age of 65. And in the next 25 years, we'll be having 1 in every 3 Europeans being over the age of 65. So we're talking about an extra 40 million people over the age of 65 over the actual 94 million people that we already have over the age. So it's going to increase, and this is going to drive a big increase in cancer incidence between now and 2040. And we expect at least a 70% increase in cancer incidence per 100,000 people. So we're talking about an extra 500,000 new cancer diagnoses every year by 2040. Obviously, this has different dimensions in different countries, but overall, we're going to see demand for cancer care increase across the board. The issue, or one of the elements of cancer care, is that cancer is not an acute disease. It's more of a chronic condition, and patients not only live with cancer longer, they're also living after cancer and needing specific and specialized care for many years after that time. And prevalence and the number of people living with and after cancer has been increasing, not just from increase in incidence, but from better and fortunately survival rates that has been improving and coming up over the last decades. So we are looking at a 24% or a quarter increase in cancer prevalence in between 2010 and 2020. And in 2022, we had 5% of the European population living with or having survived cancer at any point in their lives. So we're talking about complete prevalence. And as aging populations and increased incidence and better survival arrive, we'll see this number increase significantly, and we'll see demand for cancer care rising even further. So the current state of affairs in Europe is that it's not only cancer and demand for cancer care that's increasing. We have this mega trend of population aging that's driving demand for care across the board. And we're going to have, and we know from expenditure curves over the lifespan of people, that most of the expenditure comes at the late stages of life. And that's when one of the main drivers of expenditure and demand for care. And we'll see the number of the share of people over the age of 75 increase significantly. 20 more people in the next 15 years will be over the age of 75. And this will drive demand for healthcare professionals in general across the board. And we see that just to keep the current ratio of healthcare professionals, and here we're looking at doctors and nurses, to this share of the population would have to significantly increase the supply that we have had over the last 15 years. So in the specific case of nurses, we would have to increase the current growth of new nurses coming into the labor market by 75%. That's a considerable increase from the increase that we've already had over the last 15 years, where nursing professionals increased by around 15%. On the flip side of the coin, we have a working age population that's set to decrease significantly. So it will make it much more difficult to recruit in the labor market, in the health labor market, because as you well know, there's not only one sector and one occupation in our economies, and it will make it difficult to recruit. It will have a shorter and a smaller pool of workers to recruit from, in specific, 30 million less people at working age that would be able to go into healthcare. But the problem is not just we'll have more demand, is that we have shortages right now. So even after a 15% increase over the last 10 years in nurses across the EU, what we see looking at specific ratios of healthcare professionals in specific doctors and nurses to achieve a high level of universal health coverage, our estimates is that currently in Europe, we have a shortage of 1.2 million doctors, nurses, and midwives. And from the European Labour Authority recent report, we see that most countries are reporting shortages from both doctors, nurses, and also healthcare assistants. From our latest round of cancer country profiles that were published at the beginning of this year, we saw that most countries reported shortages also at the level of cancer care, nurses, but not talking about just nurses, they reported shortages. Most countries also reported shortages of GPs, which are a crucial element of the cancer care pathway, and many other occupations and specialties that were also missing and currently facing gaps in several countries. The problem is made worse by the fact that across Europe, right now, we have 1 in 3 doctors and 1 in 4 nurses, so 25% are over the age of 55, and we're looking into a significant number of retirements in the coming years, which will make the problem much worse. So to wrap this around and to put it all together, what we're looking at is an increase in demand. We're looking at a smaller pool of workers in the next few decades. We're looking at retirements increasing, and we're looking at a need to recruit more, to retrain more, and to keep pace with this increased demand. So countries have 3 broad groups of strategies and policies that they can adopt to deal with their workforce issues. And the first group, or the first policy lever that they can rely on, is training. And countries and European countries have done so over the last decades, and adjusted by population growth, countries have increased the number of graduates in nursing by around 25%, and in 2022, the number of graduates topped 170,000. But it seems that there might be an opportunity to go further, as on the contrary, medical schools have increased their number of graduates that they are producing every year in the same period by over 40%. Now, the thing is that to train more, we need an available pool of workers that is set to decrease, but we also have the issue of the interest in pursuing careers. And we've found from the OECD program for international student assessment, so the PISA, as they're known, from their last 2 editions, and what we've seen is that interest in pursuing careers in nursing in specific has decreased, not significantly, but is a trend that we should be looking at, and concerned that the interest in pursuing of 15-year-olds in pursuing a career in nursing has decreased from the previous round in 2018 to 2022. And we see that this possible available pool of workers to go into nursing is becoming more difficult and shorter, as we've seen from some country examples, that the number of applications, or the gap between the number of applications and the number of places for admission, has shortened and might at some point invert and have more spots available than possible candidates. So what I'm trying to say is that solely focused on training and relying on this strategy that countries have followed for many years of just training more might not be the most sustainable path going forward. So the second element, or the second policy lever the countries have available, is to focus on retaining the healthcare professionals they have. And obviously, we're talking about specifically for nurses. And retaining professionals is all about job quality. Job quality, as we see it at the OECD, has 3 main elements. We're talking about remuneration. We're talking about job security, which is an element that usually in healthcare is less significant or less important. And then we have a third element, which relates to the work environments. We're talking about working conditions and the quality of the work environment. On the remuneration side, we see that there's work to do, as nurses across the EU and wages of nursing across the EU are 20% above the average wage for all occupations. So, and there's a wide gap between countries regarding remuneration. So countries have a policy lever there to improve on. But then there's the element of work environment. And we saw during the pandemic that working conditions worsened as the demands on healthcare staff increased, and there's a vicious circle that can build upon on when countries are facing shortages and more demands are placed upon them of working conditions deteriorating, professionals leaving, so worse or a lower ability to retain staff, higher staff turnover, that in consequence leads to more demands on the ones that stay at the jobs, at the work that they're working on, and increases the burden that they have on. So countries have to tackle these problems together and to try to avoid this dimension. But probably the low-hanging fruits and the most sustainable policy lever that countries have at the moment is something that they have veered away from the last few decades regarding some of its components. It's improving productivity in its health systems and in its workforce strategies. And improving productivity has several elements to it. We're talking about addressing skills mismatches, increasing the level of digitalization, use of digital tools, and obviously reorganizing the way health professionals work together and their roles. Regarding addressing skills mismatches, we've seen from the latest round of the OECD program for international assessment of adult competencies is that we have almost or over 1 in every 10 nurses and doctors, for matter of fact, that feel that they're underskilled for the roles that they're performing. So there's obviously scope there to improve and to train better, more and better, as to have these professionals be more productive in their workplaces. But at least for me, which is striking, is that we have 1/5 of nurses mentioning that they are overskilled for the roles that they're performing, meaning that we have untapped professional here for these health professionals to move on to more advanced roles to perform their job and to help bridge the gap in workforce shortages that we have here, which is a considerable number compared to the number that we have for physicians. Obviously, digitalization and digital tools play a role here, as it was the main skill gap that was identified during the survey. Has 35% of nurses mentioned that they felt that they didn't have the necessary skills regarding digital tools in their workplace. The other element that I've already mentioned is the innovation of work organization. And countries have long relied on the lever of training more. To some extent, they've also relied on the lever of trying to retain health professionals to a lesser amount. But as you can see here from the OECD Health System Characteristics Survey that came on the back of the COVID pandemic, it was one of the least employed policy tools across the OECD, namely the introduction of or expansion of new roles for other health providers, namely nurses. And we have seen from the last round of the cancer country profiles at the beginning of the year that relied significantly at the work from EONS, that we have good country examples that are moving forward and advancing cancer roles. We have Denmark that has a long-standing tradition in this area. We've seen France introducing new 4 tracks, one of them being on oncology, and Croatia, which is more recent to this path of oncology nursing, but it's giving its first steps and it's improving and advancing significantly. So to sum it up, the countries have 3, as I mentioned, main policy levers. Obviously, training more health workers, but if they want to have in a pool of workers that's decreasing in size, and if they want to have people interested in pursuing careers in nursing, they really need to improve the attractiveness of the profession. Improving the attractiveness of the profession also falls into the question of improving job quality. So they go hand in hand, and that's needed to increase retention. But increasing retention also will mean that countries have to look at remuneration, and that's a strategy that takes money and places a burden on health systems that are currently stretched and have to deal with other demands on public budgets from countries all across Europe. And then what I would call the low-hanging fruit, which is innovating to make more effective use of different categories of health workers and new technologies. So we have a large and long way ahead of us to improve our workforce organization and make more of this untapped potential that's just waiting around to be used and to help us deal with these issues. So I'll use the analogy of the virus that I heard. So I hope the advanced roles in nursing oncology are like a virus and keep spreading, because it's not just a way for us to bridge the gap in health workforce that we have. It's also a way to guarantee quality cancer care for patients. And I hope it's something that stays and countries go through this policy level, and we at the OECD obviously will be looking into this. And just to let you know that we are aware of the very good work that EONS has done. He has informed our latest round of the country cancer profiles, and will surely inform our next round of the beating cancer inequalities in the EU report that's upcoming at the beginning of next year. Thank you, and looking forward for your questions.
Anyone have comments? No first question? I mean, for me, this sparks a lot of questions. Can you hear me, by the way? Yeah. I mean, what I was thinking about, like you quite nicely and clearly displayed, it's not just one thing we need to do.
Absolutely not.
So what would the first most important thing from your perspective be for, trying to this gap?
To get so when we go to, or countries come to us and officials come to us with, we have this workforce shortage problem, how do we address it? And there are several elements, right? So and there are these policy tools, and I would say that countries, for the most part, and obviously each country will have their specifics and their current state of affairs, but at some point they'll need to use all of them. But all of them have implications in different time periods. If you're talking about training, we expect training to have results down the line, right? If you open new training courses, if we start trying to open new training spots for nursing, that will be available 2 years down the line. We'll have nurses coming out of those programs 6 years down the line. They'll be going up into cancer nursing programs 7, 8, 9, 10 years down the line, and they'll be in the labor market 12 years down the line. So we have to, those are also obviously necessary, and we have to think about them as a medium to long-term solution to the demand problem that's very visible and it's bound to happen. Obviously, that's difficult from the political perspective of political cycles that are shorter than, usually shorter than 4 years, even less than 10. So most of the immediate solution to the problem relies on retaining, and retaining is an important component. If we can't retain the current professionals that we have, we are in a difficult, very difficult spot. But then we have to, the shortages are here now, and we have to try to address them now, and training will only go so far. Countries have, to some extent, relied on international recruitment, which has, and we can go into that later, its own dimensions and its own issues. So they have to reorganize the way they're working, reorganize the way the scope of practice of their different health professionals, and they have to do more with the resources that they have available, because the demand will be increasing, and they should be doing more at the moment. So that's our approach to governments. They will need every policy lever. They will produce different results in different time periods, and they have to consider that what they're doing will help the problem, solve the problem, but in different ways.
Thank you for the presentation. Because we are in Greece and there are some nurses from Greek hospitals here, Are there any specific issues or recommendations from Greece or others that go like all over Europe?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
Sorry. My question is because there are some cancer nurses from Greek hospitals here today. Are there any specific issues and recommendations from your organization from Greece, or the concerns are common in all over Europe?
I would say the problems are broad in geographic, and obviously each country will have the way their system is organized, which requires different strategies. So obviously countries have advanced roles in nursing oncology, but in general that are much more developed. And we've had a recent work on advanced practice in specific in primary care. We've seen is that countries that has long established advanced roles have increased the number of advanced practitioners significantly over the past decades. Countries that didn't have them barely made any advancements. So I would say that countries that are at the beginning of their process of introducing these roles should try to bring it to the forefront of the political discussion, because what we see is in places that they have been there for longer, there's also more public trust in this policy solution that it actually produces results. It also helps tackling the shortage gap, while countries that haven't relied on this policy lever have had difficulties in either introducing them or expanding them, because in some cases there is already some advanced rules, but they're very, very underdeveloped.
Thank you. It was great, the presentations and the numbers and everything. Way of thinking, idea of thinking. We had our conference in Italy last week, our Greek conference, about 1,000 nurses. At the end of the conference, Kostas presented about the ICN, and I took again the microphone, and I said that today I wrote in the internet that there's a new war, India-Pakistan. That's a big problem, because since we have all these wars all around the world, the money are going to go to the Eurofighters, and this is a big problem for the health systems. And of course, for the cancer care systems, but very expensive, because they need new drugs, new technologies. The nurses are expensive, the advanced nurses are expensive, if some countries have them. So this is something that we're going to face in the next year, because the government will say, okay, you need nurses, you need drugs, you need palliative care, but I need airplanes because Russia is going to come to Ireland, to Sweden or something. So this is something that we must all think about. Second is it's not only nursing problems, and I want to mention and point it for the Greek. It's also doctor problems. Psychotherapist problems. The health professionals are not very attractive, you mentioned, because you have to study a lot, you have to treat patients with serious illness and the death, and you don't get enough money for the effort you have put in order to become a good doctor or a good nurse with advanced nursing practice. So our students don't want to become nurses, don't want to become doctors, the same problem. And of course, it's the same with doctors. I was yesterday in a conference, medical hospital conference. The doctors say that they don't want to become oncologists, because the main problem is that their phone doesn't stop any time of the day, 7 days a week, and all the year, because the patients suffer from cancer all the year. So it's a main problem, not only for nurses, also for doctors. And that's why one of the reasons we came here in Europe is to press the hospitals that they must put more effort in order to train the nurses, pay more, give them the chances and the efforts in order to become something, to do something more more advanced, let's say. This is the problem, and we must all try to put effort in the same way, because it's a problem for everybody. And we have doctors here, the same in the doctors. have here someone that's about genetic counseling. And one of the reasons that he doesn't have a lot of work because the doctors don't really think that they should take advice from other care professionals. They're not very familiar with team working. Everybody is working by himself. So there's some thoughts I have because of your research. And if we can have this presentation, we can put it in our site because it must always be seen by other nurses.
Good morning. I would like just to put a comment and to say that it's not only the war or the other problem that all the countries are faced, it's also the experience of COVID. So we have to say that this is the after COVID period, and during this period, during the COVID period, people have changed a lot. They have changed their priorities, they have changed the things that they want to do, and also they have changed their attitudes about death, life, and living. So it's not only the war, it's also the COVID that gives us a huge lesson and has also a huge impact on people's life.
Thank you for your presentation. It gives more always the same thoughts. The other side. I think at least after the COVID period, the nursing role is well acknowledged. In all levels, we discuss about how we can engage nursing practice, how we can retain nurses, and how can we input the advanced practice in clinical practice at all levels. But as in your presentations, we discussed a lot about policies and what governments has to do and what we have to do as nurses in order to implement all these things. The problem is, in my opinion, that we have two major barriers. One is the society. The role of nurses is not acknowledged at the level we think it is. That's why the nursing profession is not so attractive. The other reason, the other barrier is the role of the nurse in the multidisciplinary team. Even though they acknowledge the main contribution of nurses in the team, in the healthcare team, when it is when it has to do with decisions for the patient or the treatment, it seems that nurses are left behind on that. And this is particularly in countries like Greece or Italy or Portugal that they are in the South Europe. So I think that we have to do more with the change of culture. That's what we, as nurses, that we have to focus to change the culture of our contribution care and ask for more in means of salary or in means of education, continuous education, and we have to connect our practice with all these things. Thank you very much for the presentation.
I have a question. I'm from Germany, working in Switzerland for several years now, and do you recognize any differences if nursing is regulated by law or not? Because in Switzerland and in Germany as well, nursing is auxiliary, and we do not have a legal background in case of doing our profession on our own. So do you recognize differences?
Could you please clarify the question? Differences
in ways of, is the shortage more intense if it's regulated or not?
Thank you for all of the comments and the question. I'll start by the question and then I'll do a general comment to your comments. No, to be honest, we don't see that. We see shortages across the board. What we see is there are, and something that I didn't mention on the presentation, but there are patterns, and as you may well know, Switzerland, it's a good example of underinvesting in training of nurses and relying on neighboring countries for their nursing staff. So that's something that strategy that several countries have relied upon. There is an obvious explanation that's economically or financially, it makes sense, it's cheaper, though it might not be the most sustainable way to approach it, in particular when we think about the resilience of health systems and when we face situations as the COVID pandemic, when those inflows of health professionals suddenly stop. And in some cases, some of those health professionals actually go back to their countries, and then suddenly countries are faced with shortages that they're not able to supply and to supply into the future. And we're actually, the numbers are coming in, but we're looking at the trends and we're seeing that, not want to call it an explosion, but a significant rise in migration patterns after the COVID pandemic. So countries have realized that they don't have the training structure in place, and they're increasing their recruitment efforts. And that has several implications, in particular when we're recruiting from countries that have shortages themselves, ethical implications regarding where that recruitment is being made. As for the comments, and I'll kind of like try to fold them into a big comment. It's clear, health systems in general is not just workforce, face the challenge of budgeting, and they have, the governments have competing priorities that they have to address. Defense and security is one of them. They have others. They'll have to find the balance. Obviously, and I've alluded to it, training is one of the most expensive strategies. It's not just the cost of training, it's then the cost of having more professionals. Retaining has two elements to it. There's a component regarding career development, which I'd call the low-hanging fruit. It's mostly neutral regarding cost, but then there's the remuneration part, which is very significant, and the quality of the work environment, which also requires investment. But then there's increasing the scope of practice, introducing technology to leverage health professional skills, and that's surely also requires investment, but it's a less expensive strategy and way to approach it. Now, nevertheless, countries have increasing expenditure coming from new drugs being discovered every day, more procedures, aging population, and they'll have to somehow manage all of these things. Something that we're looking at in this upcoming cancer report is how countries can find cost savings in what we'd call low-value care. And there's a lot of low-value care in our systems, care that doesn't make sense, shouldn't be supplied to patients. And we actually recently published a report on the safety of patient diagnostics, and there's a lot of overdiagnosis, there's a lot of unnecessary diagnosis procedures and treatments that are being used, and we surely can reduce that part. For a ballpark figure, we estimate it to be at around 15% of expenditure that's actually waste, and that's a very significant component that can be allocated to workforce strategies. Also related to the security and to the work component part, obviously, this has significant effects on the patterns of migration. That's very important for healthcare professionals, and countries can't solely rely on this strategy because as quality of life and standards of living improve in some of these usual countries of origin, it is likely that some of this inflow of foreign trained professionals will decrease, and it's not sustainable into the future. And lastly, related to the question or to the comment on the societal role and the profile of nurses in society, I think COVID did a fabulous job of putting nurses at the forefront and to show how important they are in our health systems. But we've seen in our work on the advanced roles in this case in primary care, we see that several other stakeholders, in particular the medical community, but not only, are barriers to new and more advanced roles for nurses, and we have to, as a society and governments, have to take the lead on that to bring these advanced roles to the forefront. Thank you.
Okay, so because Dr. Jose won't be able to stay with us for the photo, so we'll just do a photo with Dr. Ramalho, the EONS board, COO, Dimitris Papageorgiou, please, Dr. Antonios Bouklaris, and Manolis Salustros. That's this one, I think.
Oh. No. This one. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll just come to the. Okay, this one.
And wait.
Perfect.
And
Thank you.
and another one. Sorry, another one. Everyone at the back, if you can wave.
This, no,
This.
this.
Yes, this. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I want to introduce, we have Stavula here, facilitate this.
Oh, yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Stavula Shante. I'm EON's board member of communication. I'm a lead cancer nurse working in the UK, and okay.
This Dora here.
Dora.
A warm welcome to everyone here in Athens. I'm Dora Papa. I'm a work manager in Oncology Hospital in Athens, Senanargiri, and I am one of the former presidents of Hellenic Nursing Society. And I welcome you all in Athens.
Okay, thank you. And they will have to facilitating this that we hope to be a discussion. But I want to welcome two people, especially first, and this is, they're going to talk about the European Cancer Nursing Index that very closely relates to issues that Jose talked about, and we will launch an update. So they're really, this is the big day, really. And first then is Gracina Szydłowska, sorry for, I always say that wrong. She is a specialist oncology nurse, and she was the first breast cancer nurse in Poland. Also now she's working in the University Clinical Center in Gdansk, and she also has a PhD recently. You should be very proud. And also, of course, a member of EON's advocacy, co-chair of EON's advocacy working group, and a member of the Polish Society for Oncology Nurses. Welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. That was such a great introduction, Helen.
After.
Yeah. Okay, I can see my presentation here, but I can't see it there.
With this.
Oh, this one. Okay, yes. So kind of been already introduced. My name is Grażyna Suchodolska, but today we will be presenting in two. Oh, there she is. There she comes. So it won't be just me presenting. It will be Evie as well, who is part of the task group. And that's the task group. I just wanted to say that I'm really happy that I'm presenting after the OECD, because our task, our index is very close to what you're doing already, and I think it could be a great cooperation in the future. So going back to the, are we good? So going back to the European Cancer Nursing Index, there is a dedicated task group within EONS, and within EONS there is advocacy working group. So the members of the task group you can see on the slide. There is Evie, there's Mary, there's Zainab, and there's myself, and we all been working on that to deliver. Why is the project so important? So in previous years, European Oncology Nursing Society actually provided evidence that there are significant differences in various dimensions of cancer nursing across Europe. And it really depends on in which country you're working in and how safe or not safe it can be for you. So to illustrate those differences, to make really people aware that it's not the same everywhere in Europe, the advocacy working group developed European Cancer Nursing Index. So that's why we do it. And what really is the Cancer Nursing Index? It's really all started with the survey. So the first survey was launched in 2020. It was an online survey, so we could reach as many people as possible. As a result of that survey, we had more than 650 responses, so quite a lot, from 42 European countries. And the questions were about 5 dimensions that Cancer Nursing Index consists of. So the education, the career development, patient and occupational safety, which, well, is very important. Then working condition and the impact, the recognition of cancer nursing, and then workforce statistics. So something about that we heard just before me. So after that, there was an update that was delivered in 2022. And you can see on the slide, on your right, at the top, there are results of 2022, and at the bottom, results of 2020. So those results were compared. You can see, not sure if you can all see where Poland is. Poland is my home country, and I can show you just like that. And with the colors, you can see that Poland in 2020 scored, well, I should say it not that loud, only 43 points out of 100 available. So it's light green. But in 2022, we improved slightly and we had 54 points. Well, but the idea is to show the countries at which point they are, how are they doing? And then within the update, they can see if they're getting better or worse. Is there a place for improvement? Well, there always is. I should say also that in 2022, there were additional questions added about COVID-19 and questions about staffing levels. The results of this comparison and the results of the survey of 2022 were published. And this publication, the aspects of occupational safety are mainly focused, as it says, on safety issues. And actually, it highlighted that there is a lot of, well, really bad issues with safety within cancer nursing. And this is something that we should really focus on. There is also publication on staffing level, ongoing. We're actually waiting on the decision. And there is some work in progress also on the COVID questions. Just before I go to the next slide, because that will be Ellie, I just wanted to mention that the Cancer Nursing Index is not just the survey that goes in the air. The results are actually presented on the EONS website for each country to check where they were in 2020, where they were in 2022, and hopefully what will happen in 2025. There is a graphic illustration of how the country is doing, but also like a written guidelines. Maybe that's too much, but like a summary of what are the strengths of the certain country, what are the weaknesses, and what could be improved. That would be it for my short presentation. Now I would like to invite Evie, who will continue with the update of the Cancer Nursing Index 2025. Or even before that, I should invite Helena that will introduce Evie properly. Yes.
She's also from Greece.
Thank you.
I'm gonna click over this soon. She's worked as a nurse for many, many years, and last 10 years as a head nurse. And you also have a PhD, and I'm very happy that you're also now a member of advocacy working group. So very welcome.
Thank you. I would like in turn to welcome you to Athens. EONS now plans another update to measure development and progress. The European Cancer Nursing Index 2025. We invite you to respond to an online survey covering similar dimensions as the previous versions of the index. In this revision, we focus more on each respondent's workplace to illustrate cancer nursing difference at regional level as well. This survey translated to 14 different languages versus 9 in 2022. COVID-19 questions removed. We have lost a slide. So at this point, we have not the name. At this point, we should mention all those who help with translation and express our sincere thanks. Helped us in the translation in Croatian, just only the names that I remember is Nikolina, in Czech is Ines, in Dutch is Merel, in German is Matthias, in Finnish is, I don't remember the name because we have the name.
That was Lina.
No, Lina, yes, yes. In Icelandic is Haldora, yes. In Italian is Lucia. In Portuguese is, do you remember the name? Fernanda. In Polish,
that's myself.
In Spanish is in Ines. No, is Praia. Priya, yes. In Swedish is Elena. In Turkish is Zeynep. The French and Greek translation was done by me. The online survey will be anonymous, will take approximately 10 to 15 minutes to complete. It will be available via the EONS website from May to December 2025. The data collected will be only presented on group level and no individual information will be shared externally. The results will be compared with the 2022 index presented at future congresses for advocacy purposes and also submitted for scientific publication. We need to mention that the completion of the questionnaire will be extremely valuable for our future work on the recognition of the cancer nursing profession and the improvement of both patient safety and professional safety in cancer care. Therefore, we would be grateful if you could invite your colleagues to complete the survey to support us in improving cancer nursing in cancer. Thank you. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. It's my first presentation in English.
Very good. No problem. We all have our mates. Almost all of us have bad English as our first language here in the
we have lost one
slide. Yeah, I know. But we are very grateful for everyone that helped us. And I just want to ask you, is it available now online? Shall we? Is that the one? The next slide, is that for?
Yes. Okay.
So we can.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ellie and Christina? Anything, Matt?
That was a great presentation, both. So I'm Matt, I'm a UK advanced practice nurse. We've recently had a visitor from Sweden who came to see our roles in the UK, and whilst she's very impressed with what we do from an advanced practice point of view, she's got quite a lot of concerns about how we administer chemotherapy in the UK. And I just wondered what your thoughts are about, can you ever see us getting uniform practice across Europe for occupational safety standards for nurses?
Wow. Well, we definitely need to start from somewhere, and kind of addressing the differences probably would be the beginning, because I know that administering chemotherapy in Poland is very different to UK and must be very different to what they do in Germany or in any other European countries. So I'm hoping we can get to that level at some point in the future. However, well, we're just at the beginning. So we're just addressing the differences, the needs, and hoping that we can do that. So let's keep to that. Let's keep the hope. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, that was great. I think it's, I mean, the survey is actually great for you to identify the needs. However, I think that is there like any kind of advice or guidance available of what countries can do following up from the survey results? Because like doing all this work behind the scenes is incredible, but I think where countries will struggle is actually how they can move on with these results. So
yes, that's something I kind of what I've mentioned, that on the webpage, on EON webpage, you can actually check for every country that took part in the survey. There is like a guide, like a summary. Okay, guidance is, I guess, too much, but there is a summary of the weaknesses, the strengths, and then kind of the key areas that could be improved and how they can be improved. So it's not just the results kind of going in the air, as I said earlier. There is written advice on the webpage for each country as well.
Thanks for clarifying.
Because I think
yes,
together need to highlight that that's a very good purpose of all.
Yes, that's the end point is that the countries get their suggestions for improvement.
Just to add to that comment, it's a great tool to advocate in your countries about cancer nursing improvement. Thank you. I just said that it's a great tool to use to advocate for in your countries for advancing the cancer nursing practice in your countries, because you have the data and you have the recommendations and you can show that to your ministry.
Yes, I think
this is very important. Not only the data, how we're going to assess the decision makers in the government. I think this is a huge issue for everyone.
And also invite your colleagues to complete the questions.
Yes, that's a good point, because I must point out that we had some countries that would be considered quite high standards, so that very few responses here, which is, you know, no country is perfect. So really, even if you would think your country, like we have most things in place, please respond and try to help us with that. We need more responses from each country.
I think just to add on to that about encouraging all our countries to complete the survey is really key, because from the advocacy point of view, like the working group, we will be able to identify what are the common difficulties or challenges or opportunities in most of the European countries, and we will be able to like focus and prioritize our advocacy actions after the survey.
More questions, comments? Yeah.
Another comment that I want to share with you is that sometimes there is no concession within the country about the cancer nursing. So responses from cancer nurses have different views. And this is also an issue because from parts of the same country or in different organizations, what are different aspects of cancer nursing?
Now, I want to add to that because I think you spoke about that, Dimitris, that, for example, Greece was one of the countries in 2022. I don't remember which question, but we saw that out of around 100 respondents, it was half of them said yes to something and half said no. But that's important for the society because then maybe the society can work on that to kind of, spread the word or whatever. And also I saw from my country, some people have said something that so even if it's discrepancies, at least we could use it from a national level, like the societies, we could be trying to point that out if we see that when we analyze it. So it's a very good comment to think about. More comments and questions? Yes.
I'm just from a national perspective, nationally for each country, have you seen any? That's a general question, really, and to you maybe as well. Have you seen specific countries that they have taken actions, or other countries that they haven't really done much with these results, or is there anything that you can,
I don't remember.
I'm just curious.
Yes, there were countries that improved very well. For example, I'm not sure it was Georgia. That actually after the cancer nursing index, they kind of implemented the European Cancer Nursing Education Framework in the training program. Is that correct? Yes. But then there are also countries that I want to name that unfortunately did really well in 2020 and then didn't do so well in 2022. So that's the idea that, that's the information as well, that's something that's changes, yes, that the cancer nursing index, cancer nursing changes and the safety options, they could improve, but they can also get worse. So please just fill in the survey, because the more information, the more responses we get, the more data we have, and then we have more power to change things. Okay, so it's really in your hands now. So please use them.
Yes,
I can speak loud enough.
Okay.
I just have one major question. We kind of all similarly share this. How do we, as like little worker bees on the floor, get the top, people in the government to, to implement these things, and how do we get how do I get the whole of the UK to fill this in or to do this?
No, but that's such a good question because we've been struggling with that.
Yes.
Maybe I can say from past in advocacy,
please.
I think use your society, in your countries, and also if EONS can help you. That's also part of the advocacy work, I guess, to really advocate for this. And I hope that we can work even closer to the societies with this, because I think might have been something we were lacking the first time around, to really connect with and liaise with a society that could help promote this.
Yeah, because I worry that, if I get the hospital that I work in to fill this in, that information is going to come from the conditions in my hospital, which will be vastly different to conditions, 2 miles away from where I work. So, some of the results that you might have seen there from like 2020 might have been gathered from one area or one hospital, and now in comparison to what where else does it come from?
Yes,
That's the question.
that's absolutely correct. But then again, we have to start from somewhere. So we're getting the answers. So really, it starts with you here in this room, and you take it further. We really need you to be the advocates today and tomorrow and in the 2 weeks' time and in a month's time, that you're actually advocating for the survey to be filled in, and then you're starting the change. So you don't have to get the whole UK to fill in the form. Get your hospital. We would love to. We would love to, but get your hospital, get your friend's hospital, get your society, get people around you, and they will get next people around them. And that's how it works, hopefully.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation and for the work that you do. Has informed our work before and it's incredibly useful. And I'm going to make a kind of like a suggestion that might be part of the answer to what's just being discussed, which is for us at the international level, we're always looking at, well, at the country specific level, though country profiles are specific for each country, are supposed to inform and help policymakers at each country, but we're very much focused on cross-country comparisons. And one of the strategies to bring policymakers into the table and to lead them to action, and I think this then trickles down to the workplace, it's always make use of some good examples. You know, it's always easier to get some action when you present a case study of it works better. So let's try to do the same or adjust that to our specific context. And my ask or my suggestion would be that on the summary or kind of like guidelines that you provide is to try to bring a bit more context into the good example, the good and the bad, but why is that some specific components are doing well? Are they underpinned in some specific legislation, some framework, some what were the new developments? Because at the international level, for us, it's very difficult to get hold of this very specific information at the country level. And when we're trying to draft policy advice to countries, and we want to use, we know that this country is doing good, but many times we don't know why they're doing good. And it's very difficult for us, do what they're doing. It's like, what is that they're doing? Oh, we haven't. We just know they're doing good. So it would be very useful for us to have this kind of like background of what underpins this, in particular, the good results, obviously the bad. It's also important to know why things are overworking, but in particular, the good ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have one more answer. Use the patients. Use the patients. Mr. Kapitsanakis was from ILOC presented a research that had to do about the way that the outcomes of the patients were the results. And they say this research was in Europe, and we're going to do the same in Greece in order to press the politicians for this way. And they say that the outcome of the patients has to do a lot from the time that the patient spent with a nurse with advanced practice, a specified nurse. And patients came to our society and said, let's calculate, let's make the same research in Greece to see how much time the patients really are with a specialized nurse. And this is we're going to run the next year. And since he said, let's find who does it better, and let's say an example for us. In this hospital, not great miracles, I just say when the patient starts a treatment, he has his own doctor, but the patient must have his own nurse. So the nurse is starting the treatment program with the patients all the way until it ends. Believe me, the results are amazing for the patients and for the nurses. It's a small example in a small hospital, in a private hospital, how we treat this, which we heard, because that was the idea that I heard in the conference. And I'm using the patients, our society is using the patients in order to praise the politicians that really don't care about not only nursing, not even doctors. The politicians care about money, the banks, and weapons, not for the health.
That's the last comment. I think that we need highly motivated people who share the same vision. So the most important thing is the vision from our point of view. And so if you believe in your vision, if you strongly believe, and if you are highly motivated, I think that some good results will come.
For vision that all the patients should have a nurse. Yeah.
That's the motto I use in every
Yeah.
conference.
Thank you.
You need your doctor and you need your nurse.
Yeah.
That's the motto.
Yeah. And thank you so much. I think we are getting towards the end of this session. Thank you so much, Justina and Evie, for fantastic work and representing this.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, and then I'm actually gonna introduce, thank you so much, sorry, yeah. I'm going to introduce someone that you've seen, but I think he deserves a little bit further introduction. Dimitris Papageorgiou, okay, yes, the president of the Hellenic Oncology Nursing Society. And he has a, big, extensive experience from cancer nursing. And he played a key role here to promote education, advocacy, and research. And he's very involved in national initiatives, European initiatives, and everything is kind of aiming to improve care for our patients. So I really look forward to hearing you now. Speak a bit longer. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's not worth it, but since I'm moving always, I try to move and speak to you. We are very happy to have you here. We're in Athens, in Greece, in our society. And as you know, our society was one of the key members for EOS from the very beginning. And I'm very happy here because I have my teachers, so I still feel student, but I have my students, so I try to feel professor. But I have my colleagues, so I keep feeling nurse, clinical nurse. And of course, that's a problem in my psychology, you know that. And I have to thank Euroclinic. I still keep saying that because it's very important for the nurses, for a private hospital to spend money for us, because sometimes think that the hospital spend money for the doctors. And here we have Mr. Clarice and Mrs. Kadzia, but she had to be away. But we have Mrs. Liguna, and we have to take care of. Thank you very much, Eva, because from the marketing, and she said that it's great for a hospital to have the European nurses here in Athens. So thank you, Eva, believe in us. I'm here to present you, speak to you for a team working, for an effort that it's not my job, it's a whole working job for a lot of persons that you are going to meet them. And this is very important for us because it's down. Whatever. Because as you know, cancer nursing has evolved to meet the demands of rising cancer incidence, new and complex treatment options, the emergence of specialist roles. We spoke before about advanced best practice, from pre-diagnosis to treatment, survivorship, and the end-of-life care. This is how the hospitals and the health systems should work. This is how I'm impressed to have her live with us for the lung cancer. And of course, nurses are involved, direct or indirect, in the care of people at risk of and living with and after cancer in diverse contexts. So this is going to happen through education, research, policy, practice, and leadership. These are the components that our society, EONS, all societies should work on, because this is the aim. The aim is education, research, in order to offer quality and holistic care for the patients, to inform the general populations about the cancer, the ways of prevention, Corina, as you know very well, and of course, the continuous training of oncology nurses. This is the purpose, this is the scope we as a society we have. And it's a scope that has been built a lot of years before, because Patriarchy was president of the HONS. Dora Papa was president of the HONS, Azuleta was member, Isula was member of our board. And of course, I have to say a big thank to Dora Papa, because she believed in me, and she was the first one who sent me in the HONS advisory meetings. And he said, you have to go there, you are young, you speak a lot, so I think you will be useful for Greece and EONS. So I was 2 years for board member in EONS. I don't think I did anything, just being very polite with the great people I met there. So our values, and we must keep on speaking to our nurses about the values of oncology nursing, of ICU nursing, of pediatric nursing, is altruism, love for oncology patients, with love for oncology nursing, communication, respect, vision, knowledge, professionalism, innovation, and extraversion. this is the way we have to always speak more and more in order to work in this direction, in this way as a team. These are board members. Ms. Lavaniti, she's professor in Thessaloniki, in university there. Her husband is professor in Crete. Ms. Tsatsu Ioanna, secretary, she's ill. Her child was sick. And as Corina told me, when the child is sick, one day has fever, the next day plays. But when the parent gets sick, he's on the bed for 1 week. So Ioanna is in the 1 week period, and her child probably playing in the room. Irene Louvala, he's here, is the treasurer, gives the money. We don't have a lot of money. So the other side is from Thessaloniki, is a member, and Panagia is here, member of our board, our team. And we really copied the odds, because we think and we should believe that we must have, us, just like you, our working groups. So what we did, we separated. We called for nomination, tried 5 nurses, and have a research group. Ms. Lavanidis is responsible, and also at the research group of IONS. We have signal management and guidelines group. Ms. Padouri is responsible for that. We have educational group. I am responsible for this group. We have nutrition support group. We had a member that died, but now we have another nurse that is responsible for that. We have the young oncology nurse group, as nurse here. No, she's coming. And we have nursing students group. I want to say bravo to Argiro. Thank you very much, because she's student and she's responsible. We have how many members, Argiro? 20 members from all Greece, all the universities, because we are trying to find the new oncology nurses. So we have to go to the beginning to tell them when they are starting that we are here for oncology. It's a very good job, and so Argiro is responsible for this group. We are now trying to identify what the nursing students are really want to know about oncology. They are coming to our conference. They have their own group. So we hope in the next years we are going to have more and more nurses in oncology in our oncology team. And of course, we're the clinical trials group. Konstantinos is here. He's from Larissa, and he's responsible with us, Emina, about the clinical trials, because it's a new job, very well paid job, mostly, but it's a lot of autonomy. So we hope that we are going to have enough nurses over there in this kind of job. What we realized, you are all speaking about advanced nursing practice, and we have to know what the market in oncology is going and provides the next year. So we know that the lung cancer is going to be one of the cancers that will be in high because of the way the treatments are going to be in the next years. We know that breast cancer still be one of the major problems for women, not for men, but some men have breast cancer, urinary cancer, gastrointestinal cancer, and hematological malignancy. So what we're now trying to fix, we're now trying to organize educational programs in order to have in the next years the specialized nurses. And how are we doing that? Do we know about lung cancer? In my department, Christina, we have lung cancer, breast cancer, colorectal cancer, everything. So we do treatment for everybody. I'm not specialized in lung cancer, even if I love lung cancer. Okay, we have to find who is doing very well. So now we are speaking with Karin. We see it's an association, it's a society in UK that has to do with lung cancer. Also, we're trying to find another association with breast cancer, urinary cancer. We'll be members, we'll get contact, and we might send their nurses in order to get specialized and come back and tell us how we are going to work with lung, with breast, and all this cancer. So this is the next project we are going to run. And of course, this project is going to be online. I haven't mentioned to my board members that they will have only 1 week in the summer, because in the summer it's going to be ready with Andreas and all the IT team, because we have to prepare all the web page about these courses, and they will be ready in the next year, because it will be an online program that will run all the year and will be open for everybody. So we have to prepare all these things. Like you will speak about that, it's already ready. So this is the way we are going to focus in the next year. What did we know from the first time? We know that the nurses, when they finish the university, maybe they have finished their master, they don't know about chemotherapy. They shouldn't know about chemotherapy. I'm not speaking in my course about chemotherapy. Do I speak? No, I speak about prevention, about end-of-life methods and anesthetics, because the nurses shouldn't know about chemotherapy, as the doctors don't know about chemotherapy. So when a nurse finishes the university, he has to know if he's going to work about chemotherapy and immunotherapy. And of course, if a clinic, a department wants to be, let's say, has ISO, wants to be wants to be expert. We now know that we have clinical experts in breast cancer. They must have also nurses that are specialized in breast cancer and of course in chemotherapy and immunotherapy. So from 2016, more than 1,000 nurses has followed our programs in chemo and immunotherapy and with exams, and now we have more than 1,000 nurses that really knows the basic about chemotherapy. Joanna, well, you're the last hospital that really took place, and how important it was for you, for your nurses, was great. They learned about chemo immunotherapy. We had 2 master classes in oncology because nurses don't know oncology. So they had to know about lung cancer, breast cancer, and all these things. Every 2 years, we have the master class in oncology. We have 1 program about breast cancer. Now we're going to repeat it. 1 program about clinical trials. Now it's ready, but will be in the platform in the web we are now preparing. We have a lot of webinars about nutrition, immunotherapy. We have 11 nursing symposiums. We have clinical cancer booklets that we are very proud about this effort. Because the problem about the policy and the doctors is that our job is not be seen in the clinical in the departments because we don't have anything nursing there. So what we believe we shall make booklets about patients, about chemotherapy, and we show them. So this will make our job really obvious in the doctors and in the patients, and they will say, I really found very helpful the nursing booklet about immunotherapy. We have participation in health policies, partners with patient associations, very important, web-based, innovation, new ideas, awards, organoids, Corina is going to speak about that, and genomics. We are ready. We have already sent an email to 2 universities abroad, and next year we're going to have, let's say, some nurses be sent in abroad in order to learn how how we're going to treat and educate nurses in genomics and genetic counseling. This is our booklets. We have a booklet about chemotherapy, about immunotherapy, about skin toxicity for target therapies, TKIs and DCFRs. We have guides for treatment of extravasations. We have the European guidelines about the pain, the mass guidelines about nausea and vomiting, for nutrition, lymphedema, guide for radiotherapy, mucocytes, survivorship, and now it's ready about the central lines, portal peak lines, midlines. It's a new guide that's going to be printed in the next 2 weeks. This made us to be seen in the department by doctors. In our clinic, in your clinic, most of the doctors tell me, give me some guidebooks for chemotherapy because it's very useful for the patients. Our doctors use our clinical guidelines in order to be educated, in order to the patients to learn about all the side effects of these treatments. That's very important for nurses. That's very important for our society. And we are very proud about that. This is our guidelines. This is survivorship. This is about mucocytes. This is about skin toxicity. This is EONS, about nutrition. This is about the radiotherapy. This is about the immunotherapy, chemotherapy, and this is about the mucocytes. Great guidelines. And these guidelines now, these pockets are going to be digital. We're trying to find the way, so we'll say nausea, and automatically will go in the page that it will have guidelines about nausea, vomiting, and all these things. This could not be done by 5 persons. So what did we decide and what we are doing all these years? We have, let's say, consultants, partners,
friends. In every hospital with an oncology department, we have our own nurse there who is responsible in order to, let's say, give us what they need for the hospital, and of course, transfer what we are society doing for the hospital. For example, Joanna is in Taxa, oncology hospital, Pisula is INI, oncology hospital, many other nurses. Christina is here in our consultant, our partner. So with this way, we have a total, let's say, a number of persons that are very connected with them. Why are they useful? Before I said about this research that patients were doing in Greece, and they say we must try to calculate about the satisfaction of the patients, about the patient's outcomes. And they say we must find persons in Larissa, in Saloniki, in Crete. And I told them, we have the persons. We have this network that's very important. And they say, really, you have so close and so well collaborated network? Yes. So our nurses are participating in this research for the patient. That's great for nursing because the patients know that they have nurses that are really familiar for research. This is the program that Corina is going to speak to you. It's about training nurses in lung cancer because Corina has lost her husband from lung cancer, and every speech is mentioning that when we were in the hospital, my husband was finding very great support by the nurses, and he loved the nurses because nurses were very close to him and very helpful to them. Before I give the microphone, and you feel happy because I will stop speaking with not very good English, I try to, I will tell you another example about what teamwork means and how this has to do in order to go out of your office and out of your daily activity, because all these things mean that today is not drinking coffee in Athens, but being here and making a conversation with you and try to find that's a common way for all of us, because it would be great in Athens to be in the beach. But these members and these consultants are here with all of you because we're trying to do something better. In my university is not in Athens. I'm professor, associate professor in Tripoli, it's Peloponnese. It's a small, let's say, island. But we have a lot of hospitals there. Of course, I know in every hospital who is doing chemotherapy. It will be not in my way of thinking that I will be professor in Tripoli. I don't know who is doing chemotherapy in Sparta or in Patra or in Argos. It's, of course, our society has their partners. But the problem is how you can connect them. How are you going to be visible to all of them? So what we try to do as university, we try to do courses for the hospitals. It was very simple at the beginning. Now we are speaking about years after this project. We have every month about 700 nurses being online on Zoom and having courses all together for the hospital. Second, we try to, that's what you mentioned, you must measure, we must calculate this which we present to speak sales. So we're now having a research group from the Peloponnese, and now we're trying to find what we want to be measured in the next years. That's great. Has to do with infections, has to do about chemotherapy, has to do about side effects, has to do about the deaths. If in a region we have a lot of deaths, has to do about palliative care. We have to measure that. So we call for nominations, and we have until yesterday 10 nurses from all around the region and say, we are here to help you about your research. This also has to do about the students because the students help us in the research project. After that, every year we have our common conference. Well, we are now in June. We are going to be all together for 2 days in Tripoli, and there we're going to copy you. We're going to have the same working groups. In every room, have a copy group about ICU, about chemotherapy, about management, directors, because we have the same problems. And of course, we have to find the same way of speaking. I said Tripolis. I cannot believe that someone is finishing his chemotherapy in Tripoli, or he's moving to another city. And the nurse there doesn't even know if the patient has big lung or portacat, or what treatment he has taken, or what side effects he has taken. He just be sent, just like a ship, in another hospital, and you try to find from the beginning what the problem. In our hospital, Christina is responsible for the project. The next year, we are going to start a nursing report. So when the patient leaves our department, he's going to have his own nursing report, just like he's going to have his new medical report after Bulgaria says yes to this project. But now we are fixing and we're trying to prepare the nursing report. That's good because our job, the advanced practice, the simplest, how you treat your catheter, how you treated the nausea, the vomiting, is going to be visible to the next department, to the doctors, and then we're going to have the same language of speaking. This is a project that we're going to run in the next year. So this is how we work, and this is a team working. It's not my job. I'm just one person that speaks a lot, but it's a lot of team working from all our friends and all our partners. And now I want to call Corina to speak us about the Onconoices, the program that is going to be run in the September, and of course the webinar in June that Mr. Draghi will also be a partner. And Corina, thank you for being here with us. Thank you for believing nurses, and thank you for sharing the same dream of having lung nurses in the next years in Greece.
Thank you very much, Dimitris. And I must say, good morning, everybody. I must say that since I was introduced to Dimitris from Professor Patiraki, I have seen his passion and the way he's doing things in Greece, and I was really impressed because it's not just a person that speaks a lot, it's a person that has a lot of energy, a lot of substance, a lot of education. And whenever I call him, he's always back to me in the next 10 or 15 minutes or half an hour, or even midnight, providing me with information. Thank you very much, Dimitris. And thank you very much, Professor Patiraki, for all your wisdom, because you are a true value in this community and in general in profession. Thank you.
I don't think I need that.
I really admire your community because since when my husband
was British, so we visited NHS, we visited Royal Marsden, Dr. Poppet and other doctors. And also we were in contact with the USA because we were trying to get the clinical trial. And the nurses, I mean, the lung cancer nurses were so much educated. They were so, I mean, they had a huge knowledge. And since then, I realized your role that is so important. And we have to do a lot of things in Greece, and I'm really happy that we're going to run this program, and I'm really happy to meet you in person. Sorry for my verbal diarrhea, but I just to, to connect before my little speech. Okay, good morning, everybody. Please allow me to thank EONS for their presence in Athens and the Hellenic Nursing Association for hosting this important event. I'm really honored and grateful to be with you today. This event celebrates the European Cancer Nursing Day and honors oncology nurses across Europe and for their clinical expertise, compassion, and their vital role in supporting cancer patients and their families. As the founder and president of Fairlife Lung Cancer Care in Greece, I'm especially moved to be among you. Your presence makes a difference and in every step of cancer journey. 5 years ago, as I mentioned, I lost my husband to lung cancer, and to honor his wish, I founded Fairlife, which is the first and only leading organization in Greece focusing in advocating for lung cancer. In just 5 years, Fairlife has become the leading voice in lung cancer advocacy, earning Organization of the Year 2024 by the Patient Partnership Awards and 15 distinctions
for awareness, education, and prevention efforts. As the saying goes, an image can speak louder than words. So before I continue, I would like you to share a video that also has subtitles, and so you will understand more about Fair Life. No.
Saw the video.
Yeah, I have to show the video. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I have it included in there, but probably you put it outside in order to make it work better. Το πάνω. This person is a very well-known actor, and okay, it's not on. And George Karamijos, and he went through lung cancer, and he's doing quite well now. And we're very happy to have him on board as an advocate and sharing his knowledge. And the video τα 1200.
Where is it? No.
No. This one is the video. You wanna go to YouTube?
Yes, we have
Okay,
the.
go to YouTube and sorry about that.
We have the.
So go YouTube Fair Life. YouTube Fair Life. Fair Life. Yes, I don't want to Fair Life like also again. The technology sometimes is not.
Fair Life?
Lung cancer care. If you go to Fair Life, you have to go on the main in our, you put there, and then do playlist, then do this one video with subtitles. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, let's see that one. It's in English. Yeah. Okay.
One moment, please.
There.
Where is it?
Αυτό. Όχι.
Share screen. One moment.
Okay, thank you for your patience.
Η απώλεια γίνεται δύναμη ζωής. Το όραμα ο πόνος σπόρος. Γεννιέται η Fair Life.
You can see, but you cannot hear. Okay, since there are subtitles, maybe, I mean, because I don't want to delay the program, I mean, we can see the video with the subtitles. I think it's quite moving. And as I heard before about the research, it's so important to fill all these researches and then
Το όραμα
for our
ελπίδα.
political people.
Ο πόνος σπόρος.
If we can be of any help,
Γεννιέται
we
η
would
Fair
really
Life.
love to participate if it is of any support. Because we have a lot of patients and caregivers and we participate in European research, so we can definitely support. I think
Η Fair Life είναι ο πρώτος μη κερδοσκοπικός οργανισμός στην Ελλάδα ενάντια στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια ανοίγουμε νέους δρόμους ενημέρωσης για την νόσο. Το τοπίο αλλάζει. Μιλάμε στους συμπολίτες μας για τους παράγοντες κινδύνου και τις ιατρικές εξελίξεις. Εργαζόμαστε για την πρόληψη και την έγκαιρη διάγνωση με την αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας. Υποστηρίζουμε τους ανθρώπους που ζουν με την ασθένεια στη χώρα μας. Η φωνή σου μετράει. Στη Fair Life οι προσωπικές ιστορίες γίνονται δύναμη για όσους δίνουν τη δική τους μάχη. Είναι πηγή ελπίδας για το μέλλον. Μαζί σπάμε τη σιωπή και τα στερεότυπα γύρω από τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Το πρόγραμμα BREAK παρέχεται δωρεάν και πανελλαδικά.
Ο κάθε ασθενής είναι ένας κόσμος που έρχεται εκείνη την ώρα και εσύ μπορείς να του προσφέρεις τα πάντα, τη ζωή.
Μιλάμε για την υγεία των πνευμόνων μας, βάζοντας την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος στην εξίσωση. Φέραμε κοντά μας τα νέα παιδιά, τους πρωταθλητές μας, ανθρώπους που μας εμπνέουν να συνεχίσουμε.
Καθαρό περιβάλλον, υγιείς πνεύμονες, ελεύθερη ζωή.
In order to transmit our message, life to take your breath away and no lung cancer. These are people, and we do also a lot of activities for anti-smoking campaign with the young community. Marathons and you know, we have to transmit the message, not talking only about
14 λεπτά για την αγάπη του παιχνιδιού.
Η ζωή είναι την ανάσα και ο καρκίνος του πνεύμου.
Participated with 4,000 school properties.
Μέσα σε μόλις 4 χρόνια προσεγγίσαμε χιλιάδες ανθρωπούς μέσα από τις καμπάνιες μας, τα προγράμματα ψυχοκοινωνικής υποστήριξης και τις δράσεις.
Όραμά μας είναι να σώσουμε όσο γίνεται περισσότερες ανθρώπινες ζωές.
Δίνουμε νέα πνοή στο έργο μας. Συνεργαζόμαστε μέσα και πέρα από τα σύνορα της Ελλάδας και της Ευρώπης. Η Fair Life ταξιδεύει. Αποκτά γνώσεις και εμπειρία, κοιτάμε μπροστά με το ίδιο όραμα και νέες πρωτοβουλίες. Τα λόγια του κόσμου μας γεμίζουν χαρά. Οι βραβεύσεις μας δίνουν τη δύναμη να συνεχίσουμε, να καταφέρουμε ακόμη περισσότερα. Κλείνοντας 4 χρόνια ενημέρωσης και υποστήριξης, σας ευχαριστούμε που είστε μαζί μας σε αυτό το ταξίδι. Τους υποστηρικτές μας, τους συνεργάτες, φίλους, εθελοντές και τα μέλη της ομάδας μας.
Simon, before he died, he gave me a mission because he was very sad that because we couldn't do anything about his disease and we couldn't participate in the USA in a clinical trial. So here I am.
Τώρα είμαστε στο slide 4.
Το είναι.
Ναι. Ναι, αλλά προχώρησε λίγο το slide. Okay. Okay, let's go here. Okay.
So I'll move towards the program because I was a bit delayed. So today I'm proud to introduce Onconoisis, the first free accredited educational program in Greece designed specifically for the nurses. Onconoisis created by Fair Life in collaboration with the Hellenic Nursing Association. And once again, thank you, Dimitris, for all your support. And it is founded by Latsis Foundation. Onconoisis empower both practicing nurses and nursing students and includes 2 educational cycles, 80 participants, online assessment and accredited certification, dedicated online platform, a website, digital brochure that definitely will be of great help to you because they are very well done, a hybrid webinar, and I'm thinking now to implement also an AI within all the information that will be also both Greek and English. I'm in the process of finding the funding for that, but I think I will make it. So the program is built around lung cancer education, focus on disease mechanism, risk factors, and management strategies led by field experts. We have 36, as far as I remember, speakers, and psychological empowerment, offering counseling tools to help nurses support both patients and their own emotional well-being. So why onconurses is so important? It is important because it addresses burnout among 60% of oncology nurses in Greece by offering education, emotional support, and professional empowerment. It is more than a training, and it's a movement to empower nurses, affirm their values, and inspire people towards meaningful careers in oncology nursing. So we know very clearly that behind every patient should be a nurse, and this is our aim, and that's what we will work with Dimitris to convince the government to move forward to support more the nursing community. So at Fairlife, we believe that cancer care through heart's life, not only in medicine, but the person which is behind. And as I mentioned before, that person is you. So thank you very much for believing in education. Thank you for leading with empathy. And thank you for being the strength behind every oncology patient journey. I skipped some slides because I don't want to waste your time, and I thought we are very tight. So thank you very much for having me here. Thank you.
And I want to give you in brief, you have it's so nice here, and I felt very inspired from that. And also on the Fairlife initiative, I thought it was fantastic to see how you connected your campaign and information on lung cancer with physical activity, which I think is really positive and a good way to do it. It was really nice to see.
You're always in our webinars, in our conferences, because you are a true value. Doctors are coming and going, and then the nurse is there for us as a caregiver, as I was, and for my husband. I mean, I really, honestly, I'm grateful.
Thank you. I think now to keep our schedule, we will ask everyone to stay in the room. That if someone has to leave, of course you leave, but otherwise please stay. We can take a picture and then we have a coffee, right? Yes. Yeah. Otherwise, no picture would be.
Is there a way to turn off or no? So that we will have a photo.
No. Can I put the first?
Yes, please.
The first.
Is the K here? No, two more minutes.
Thank you. No picture.
Ήταν το πρώτο. Που έχει... μπορούμε να το κλείσουμε αυτό.
Το βάλει να συνεχίζει. Πώς είναι αυτό?
Να βγάλω αυτό.
If you want to have coffee and enjoy it, do this very quickly. Okay, so please come to the front and we'll make sure everyone is seen on the photo.
Oh, it's just my toe. Yeah. You're squashing. They're not in the frame. Squash.
Έλα εδώ πίσω εγώ. Είσαι και ψηλή, εντάξει. Οκ.
I'll be the person down there. Smile, please. 1, 2, 3.
Coffee break.
I'll bring another photo.
Happy European Cancer Nursing Day.
That's good.
Well, we need to count it in. Yeah. It's practice.
Happy European Nursing Day. Happy European Cancer Nursing Day.
Happy
European Cancer Nursing Day.
Someone's eyes are shut.
That's my
You know, right? I think my smile looks about like
I'll check.
To make it.
We're giving you a hard time. Sorry. I apologize. This one. Yes,
This-
yes, that's the one.
Uh,
That's the one.
at 50, yeah? Mm,
You will delete the other slides. Maybe I should delete.
Okay.
That's a good idea. I will
No, no.
delete the rest.
Uh,
It's a good idea. I will delete the other
No, no, no,
slides.
no, no. And 50. Here.
Yes, yes. But let me remove of Miss Patiraki. Maybe I should delete. We start on one before. Yes, perfect. Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, I think
I'm Nicolina, by the way.
Andres.
Andreas.
Andres.
Very nice name.
I cannot speak very good.
It's okay.
English, but I can.
We have then we have
I
very
can
good.
stand.
Andreas, go for a coffee. You should have a break.
Yes, yes, yes.
If you need, I'm here, and thank you very much for all of your help.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Very interesting. Advocacy and communication, yes? Yes, yes, it's a difference. It doesn't like that. Yes. Okay, communication and advocacy. No. Oh, research.
Where is it?
Yeah. Yeah. Just spend 2 minutes to let them.
Yeah. Sorry, may I have your attention, please? Can you please take your seats in order to start the next session? Okay, good morning again. My name is Dimitrios Protogyros. I'm a cancer nurse from Greece and EON's board member for the early career nurses. I would like to welcome you again in Athens. We do hope that you enjoy this year's event of the European Cancer Nursing Day. It's an honor to welcome you all in this session on research priorities in cancer nursing. And it's a great privilege to have such an engaged and diverse group of cancer nurses here today with us. United by a common goal to highlight the impact of our work and to advocate for recognition of cancer nursing under the theme Cancer Nursing Beyond Borders. Today, we stand at the crossroads of tradition and transformation. Cancer nursing is evolving rapidly, and the pressing need to refine our research focus has never been more critical. Our agenda is to explore emerging trends, identify critical gaps, and collaboratively set a roadmap that will guide our next steps in improving outcomes and enhancing the quality of care. As we embark on this journey, we encourage you to think broadly and deeply. Consider not only the clinical and technical dimensions of cancer nursing, but also the human stories behind every statistics. Our work is not just about research priorities, it's about empowering our community to foster innovations that bridge hope, dignity, and improved health to patients across Europe. Your contributions today are the stepping stones toward breakthroughs that will define the next era of cancer care. So let's dive into the conversation with enthusiasm and the search results to make meaningful, lasting progress in our field. For that purpose, I would like to invite our keynote speaker for this session, Dr. Maura Dowling, to present the research priorities in cancer nursing. Maura is an associate professor in nursing at the University of Galway, Ireland. She's completed her PhD in 2017 and 2007. Sorry. And she's currently leading the master program for cancer nursing specialty at her university. Maura has published cancer nursing research for 20 years. She's co-chair of the EON's Research Working Group and associate editor at the Seminars in Oncology Nursing Journal. So thank you, Maura, and the floor is yours.
Okay. So I'm just going to give a quick report on the work that the Research Working Group did over a few years, trying to identify cancer nursing research priorities. So it was a 3-phase study. So we started with a rapid review, then we consulted with cancer nurses, and then finally the Delphi consensus, and the results of that are being prepared at the moment for publication. So I don't know if you're all familiar with a rapid review. It's usually done over 3 months. So it is like a systematic review, but you shorten the steps and less databases. So this was very important for us to do because there had already been a review done previous. So we looked at a shorter timeline from October 2022 because Lucia, who is here, had previously looked and reported on research priorities. Then we also obviously did a quality appraisal on those. That was a very interesting experience because we had a lot of priorities identified, 53, and then putting them into themes was very important. And I have highlighted in red the ones that came out the strongest. And you can see, you can kind of see all of those priorities from the literature mirror what's happening on the ground in the discussions that we've heard about today, like the role of technology in improving symptom management for patients and how carers can help their loved ones manage symptoms. That came out very strong. And obviously the issue around inclusivity and how there are differences across
Europe and worldwide in people's access to cancer care, and looking at modifiable risk factors and social determinants of health. So that was, these were so for a very broad and wide-ranging priorities. So at the Paris conference for EONS, nurses there were asked to, an open question, identify 5 topics that they felt were most important for future cancer nursing in Europe. So a thematic analysis was undertaken on that, and there were 73 submissions. And here are the findings again. And again, it does mirror a lot of what we're hearing about today. So both of those papers have already been published, and that's good. It's very important to get the work out as soon as possible so that, you know, emerging researchers, cancer nurses, planning masters and PhDs can see, you know, where the trends are going. Yeah, it is, like I said, it's very, very like what we've been discussing today. So the final phase is a Delphi consensus, and this is where you take the teams and you get an expert group to vote. And there were 3 rounds, which is quite impressive, because you lose participants with Delphi. You get people very enthusiastic in the beginning, and then they wane off. So there were 57 at around 3. So that's not bad. Now you can see there Ireland 25, and you're thinking it was Dr. Amanda Drury in DCU. Amanda would be well known in Ireland. So when people saw her name, I suppose so that's what happens. When people know you, they're more likely to answer these surveys that come in emails. So there were 115 research topics in 7 thematic areas. That was from phases 1 and 2. Again, coming out here is technology, workforce, a culture and capacity. How do we get more nurses, not even doing research, but implementing, you know, evidence in practice, and inequalities in education, and of course, the needs of family members and caregivers. Informal caregivers play such a huge role in helping to keep their loved ones as well as possible at home as they self-care. So these are the 5 highest ranking research priorities, and they were from the Delphi. And you can see there at the very top, recruitment, retention, and turnover. It's hard to believe. When I started off in cancer nursing, I couldn't get a job. I applied to work in a hospice, and I couldn't get a job. I was told, you don't have any qualifications, and yet I had a huge interest. For me, it's hard to believe that now we can't get nurses to work in the places that, anyway. So that's just the way it's and so many factors are involved in that we have explored today. The effectiveness of nurse-led interventions. It's so difficult to prove. What is it that the nurse does in leading an intervention that's what makes the difference, and how do you measure that difference? Yes, very difficult, but it's so important when planning a piece of research that's thought through. But when you're going to try and get it published, will you be able to give that message or report on it? You know, that you're thinking, what's going to happen at the other end? How am I going to show this? Research to understand the risk factors for cancer diagnosis. Yeah, that's a broader area. Interventions to enhance recruitment and retention. How do we keep nurses? How do we get nurses to come to cancer and keep them in? And I really believe the point was made earlier about education. If you put the seeds in when they're students, and then a good placement on a cancer unit with people who are passionate and not, you know, you meet the odd nurse that's complaining all the time. Why are you here? Why do you want to do nursing? When they say that to a student, I want to, you know, why are you there? You're there as when students hear that's passion, they want to be in cancer nursing. And then how do you keep people? And again, that's through advancing roles and people working to the skill set that they're qualified to work towards within their scope of practice. And then, of course, the technologies, AI, there's so many technologies now, and EPROMs, so that patients can do live reporting of their symptoms, and then it's communicating. But that's a huge thing. You need a whole infrastructure at a huge level. But so I suppose, how am I for time? Not too bad. So just the conclusion. So we see that advanced practice roles and specialist cancer roles will underpin a lot of the priorities in research. We know that research will support, we should have research to support education and training and professional development. And then how do we measure nurse-led activities? What is it that nurses do in nurse-led services? And I know in Ireland, nurse-led services are usually the specialist nurses, and at AMPs, it's not possible for nurses on the floor to do that kind of work at that level. We know that, but and you need all different types to run a service. Some people are, that's the best place there, and other people want to do you know, other types of other levels. So we have something to go with, and our research group have decided to focus on the informal caregiver for our next work as a group for the next 2 years. So we have a plan from this. So that's it's good to have a plan. So on behalf of the research working group, the group that worked on this, some of them are gone, some are still with the group. So thank you very much for listening. Right, stay or go? Why stay? Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Maura. And we see a lot of issues around the workforce in cancer nursing, the models of care like nurse-led interventions,
yeah,
and also the digital technologies and how that incorporate in our clinical practice. So from your perspective, what recent emerging trends in cancer nursing research are more promising, and why?
I think you know, any situation where there's a high level of symptom burden, I think you see what nurses do, how the difference they can make, for instance, in transplant. Yeah, so you cannot do transplant without nurses, you know, in the hematology field. You can't do, and CAR T now, CAR T therapy, my area is hematology, you know, you cannot do these things without, because of the symptom burden. So does that answer your question? That where nurses can make the difference, that's where the research would show. And the trends are, this is where the research is coming out. An awful lot of nurses in the hematology area are publishing on symptom management and post-transplant and longer term effects of treatments, 10 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line, because we have advanced nurse practitioners following up. You know, these are the people who are caring for patients and informal carers afterwards. When it's all over, the treatment is over and you have to get on with your life. Who's there to kind of go with you on that, you know, post treatment journey? Yeah.
And basically to recognize the vital role that nurses have in all of this journey.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course, yeah.
And with caregivers, as you said,
yeah.
the focus.
I suppose I think, like us all, you have an area that you're more tuned into and you're thinking that way.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. And now we would like to invite you all to discuss and to comment on these research priorities, but also from your perspective and from your countries about research. Who else? And please invite yourself first, who you are and from which country.
Hi, my name is Lace. I'm originally from the Philippines, but I live in Sweden. I'm working with a communication working group. My question is, like in Sweden, we feel like there's a syndrome of survey tiredness. So like we have seen this, what we call epidemic, like in students, like we want to have they have to fill up the surveys and stuff. Do you have any recommendation or advice on how to, motivate our participants to answer the surveys? Because like we have also seen when we do projects, we want them to answer it, but maybe we can get just 50% participants from what we want to have. So do you have any advice for us on how to motivate our participants to answer these types of surveys so we can get a what I call correct what I call evaluation or hypothesis of our project plans or research?
50% is not bad. Yeah, I think that's quite good. Yeah.
Institute, and then we want students to answer their what I call experience in their internship, and then we got like 10%, 15% of the answers of these students from a big university in Sweden. And it was like, we are very, what I call, surprised. Because the feedback from the students is very important for us when we are in our internship. Because what we can see with this retention, we have to begin with the students. Because we want them to come back as our colleague. And in my department, we have been lucky because my students are coming back as my colleagues. But we want also to motivate other clinics to do the same thing. Because they are our future working force.
There's someone at the back who might have an answer to that. Yeah. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I've done a model very recently with where I work, and I wasn't allowed to actually submit my assessment paper or work without filling in an evaluation. So maybe that's a way. Yeah, but in Sweden, we don't have to force. We couldn't actually submit your work without filling in. Yeah.
Sometimes when people are very happy with the service or the experience, they don't fill it in because they're happy. You know, everything is okay, but I know that's not an answer. But it's fatigue. Sometimes there's too many. Staggering them would be important. I'd say plan the year, plan when you're going to send them out so they don't get 3 or 4 at the one time. So, yeah. Like Wendy has a.
Just to say, maybe it's not about too many surveys.
Maybe it's not about too many surveys, there's other ways that we can evaluate. So maybe thinking about co-creative ways that we can get students, participants to respond can be a good idea. Because I know from where I work, the students say, oh, here comes another survey. They don't want to just fill it out, but if you say, well, let's talk about what about a focus group, for example. You know, so just thinking about what kind of data you want to collect, and then think about, well, what would be the best method to do that.
Thank you so much. Another question or comment?
Good morning. My name is Kuridian Rakos. I'm not a nurse. I'm a researcher in cancer genetics. I'm a director in the research center in Greece. I collaborate with Dimitris, this clever guy, similar things. My point is that there is this field, you know, of genetics that is a field that nurses have to enter globally, I guess. There is the International Association of nurses in genetics. And there is a specialty of genetics, of nurses in genetics in United States, in Canada, and in several European countries, like Italy is the leader of this, has the most nurses in genetics, Italy, Romania also, but also the northern European countries, Finland, Norway, etc., and the UK, of course, and Spain. My point is, brief. I think that in the future goals of the European Organization of Nurses in oncology, especially, but in nurses in general, in oncology there is a huge field of hereditary cancer, where I have been working for the last 30 years. You know, there are many families with hereditary cancers. So the nurses, I think that especially in countries like Greece, there are many countries where there are no genetic counselors certified, and nurses, you can create a specialty for nurses in genetics. Could be 1 year or 2 years, depends. and they will be very helpful for the patients in cancer, but also for the profession of nurses. I think will upgrade the profession in many aspects, but it's not only for oncology, of course, it's also genetics nurses are in prenatal and neonatal care, but in many, in 1,000 other genetic diseases, myopathies, cardiopathies, many others. That's what I say, but I think that you should one of the goals of your next years. I think that should be the specialty of genetics for nurses.
There are some nurses working, I think, developing this area. Celia Della Rios Della Serna.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much for that comment. I'm I work in the UK. I'm a consultant nurse in genomics, and it's actually, I agree with you, it's a really important field within cancer nursing. In EONS, we have Celia, who's actually actively advocating for genomics within Europe. I think you're right, because of all the like evolution of the medical treatments and targeted therapies and genomics, the role of genomics within cancer care. It is important for us cancer nurses to appreciate that within our role, to show interest. We want to understand it, because the only way we can support our patients is when we understand the mechanisms of treatments and genomics and genetics and all of those. The second one is that I believe that there should be different levels, because some of us will be working in outpatients, some are clinical nurses specialists, some are on the bedside. We all don't need that high level of maybe qualifications, but there are groups of nurses who could be highly specialized in genetics, especially to have that conversation with patients so that they would understand what the testing is and that implication of that on their treatments or also for their families. And I think thirdly is for us to think about more so, it's about embedding genomics in our practice. So it's actually there now. If you're giving STAT or chemotherapy, that's genomics, isn't it? That's partly that. And I think what you were saying there, I really appreciate it, is because it's bringing that awareness in this room that we are all doing it and we should embrace genomics and genetics. So thank you.
And also besides that, we need to also highlight that as in cancer care, also in cancer nursing research, we need to collaborate with other disciplines. And EOS has a great involvement in projects with other societies and professionals. So I would like to ask you if you have a good example to share with us on how interdisciplinary collaboration has improved cancer nursing practice and research.
I have to say that first you have to ask the clinical nurses what are the priorities in Greece. I think this is a sample of one nurse, but what do the majority believe about their priorities? What do I believe? I believe that you need a very good team, so you have to get in place. So it's about organization. I think the priority is also the management stress, which is very high, and the new knowledge, and how can I adjust the new knowledge in my everyday clinical job. This is the most important thing. Probably I know all this recent research and all the results, but how this can become a part of my role? And how can I share this with the other? And how can I evaluate the outcome? So just ask us, but I think we will answer one day.
No, but I have an example. I don't know. I agree with you. We have to work. If you're a researcher, you have to work close to the clinicians, I guess. You have to have contact with each other, not be separate. And I think many people struggle with that. But I have an example where we try to follow like a framework for complex interventions for the reasons you've talked about, because it's so hard to evaluate our interventions. And I felt when we started that, my God, I'm not going to be able to do this because you have to be so rigorous in how you do. But we are conducting a study now. It's not, we have no results, but we have 60 patients included with a very complex intervention. But we got really help from that framework. And also we had the patient representative with us from the start in every meeting, from the sign, they helped us test. They had so valuable opinions. So that I think is a way forward, you know, to have that, not to tick the box, to really have that person with you all the time. That I hope we will be able to really be clear with what our intervention were and we thought things through, but let's see. But I think it's a good example.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm delighted to be here, Chair Sample from Belfast, and I'm part of the research working group. We had a task yesterday as our last agenda item, and one is, what advice would you give to someone who is starting out in their career as to how to get engaged within research? And I think there are some key tips that hopefully will be part of a blog that you'll see by EONS in September time. We're in an era today that we cannot work in silos. So we need to find our teams, we need to find our herd, we need to be working within teams. When I say that, that is our clinical academic teams to get the most effective utilisation of resources and how to progress. Another key thing is understanding the methodology that you're using and applying, because that's really important, and that taps into what you were saying, Helena. I see research, which I'm involved in, is like a three-legged stool. You've got your PPI group, so it needs to be integrated and embedded from the inception. The second thing is like having skilled researchers and applying the right methodology within a research framework. Whenever we're working in healthcare, we are working within complex interventions, so we need to ensure that we understand the ecosystem that we're working within, and then we need to be rooted and grounded within clinical practice. And I think that's the best utilisation of how we can progress research. And we need to be able to articulate that amongst our colleagues. And I'm a very firm believer that nursing research should not be seen as the nurses in clinical trials. We today can actually be leading research within our multidisciplinary teams. We are the largest workforce members, and I think we need to elevate ourselves and appropriately get engaged in leading multidisciplinary research.
Thank you everyone. I'm Gatti. I'm from Spain originally, currently living and working as an advanced practice nurse in the United States. And I want to thank you everyone for all your input today, because it is extremely interesting. And I agree with a lot of the topics that are being discussed and being brought up. I think that research is important, and every single nurse has the capacity to lead research and develop that. But in all honesty, I think when you're working as a bedside nurse, many times you lack the tools and the time to be able to appropriately do that, right? And then that also comes to what you were saying. What are nurses actually doing? How do we measure that? And I think that now that I've transitioned into an advanced practice nursing role, I can see how we can support bedside nursing and nurses in developing nursing specific research in measuring that, as well as advocating for nursing autonomy and even educating nurses. Like within our team, a lot of the nurses we still have questions regarding like genomics, for example, genomic testing, like what is a liquid biopsy tissue base. And I think that advanced practice nurses also can play a huge role into bringing all of these things together. So I think that that's another key factor to take into consideration, that not everyone may be able to do all of these things, but we have other roles, emerging roles that can support in achieving these goals that we have.
Thank you so much, both.
And of course, we need to recognize that, as you said, research is part of our role as clinical task nurses too, and we need support also for our organizations to do that.
Yeah, Demetrius, I just want to say, I think the best model is the academic clinical model where you have the close links between a university with expertise in research and you have your clinicians. But unfortunately, an awful lot of countries don't have the funding to do that. I mean, Ireland is not great, and at north of the UK is quite good. Sure, it's an example of how that role works. But it's like sometimes we're seen as two different worlds. And how you know how to come together is so important. Yeah, but you need the support from higher up, yeah, to fund these things. Yeah.
My name is Susula. I'm quite familiar with all these Greek nurses, oncology nurses. I think that we have to take one specific, very clear and very emerging point. We are different. We are all of Europe, but we have different cultures in our healthcare systems. So it is very difficult in our country to stand up and have all these advanced nursing roles and go to the politics and say that I think that is very clear in other countries that our roles is very important in the healthcare system. So as the clinical nurses in oncology, we face every day a lot of difficulties. We are alone, the most of times. We don't have the opportunity to have an open way of communication with the politicians, the university, and all our teachers who try sometimes very hard to be with us in the clinical arena, they face a lot of difficulties also. I think that Mrs. Patiraki, which is a long way professor in the University of Athens, have a clear idea about the difficulties that she faced from the university point and the clinical managers also in the hospitals, because in the hospitals, the manager are politicians, not nurses. So the research priorities with Greece for me is to make our roles to see all the public how important it is, and all the politicians how important it is. And I think in your very good survey, to be one person from Greece, it is not.
Yeah. Oh, I
Yes.
saw that.
We have so many persons from Ireland.
Yes, yeah.
And it is not true. It is very good priorities, but for me, as a Greek nurse, my first priority is to have a voice.
Yeah.
Because now I have a voice.
Yeah, it was the translation. We would have needed funding to translate it into all of these languages, and that is a huge limitation of the Delphi. And thank you for highlighting that. We haven't captured, we've only captured as a part of Europe. We haven't captured the views of nurses from across Europe. Yeah, thank you for, I should have said that earlier.
And of course, I'd like to add to that. Do we as Greek tax nurses publish our research? So to have that input to the priorities. And I'd like to change the word to say not difficult, but challenges. So we face a lot of challenges, but are there any opportunities? What do you think? Because, for example, EOS has some opportunities. For example, for elderly nurses, there is a grant for that. And other opportunities that you maybe think of, maybe you have in your countries? Or is it for early career researcher, is it easy to implement a research project?
No.
Why? For the founding stage.
Difficult to make a research indeed. You are alone. You try to find the most obvious things. That's the money for the copies. You know, a lot of people that you recognize you in the hospitals, but you don't have the funds to make the bigger this picture and go further, to go to a big conference and make your research there to other Europeans or to other people.
So just so I understand, in the United Kingdom, we have something called NIHR, which is funded by NHS England, basically, and they have billions, and we can apply for that. Is that not the same? But, or would it not be possible for you to be part of any European Union grant?
Oh, yes. Could be a challenge, as I said, after before. To take part in this fund, but you know, you work every day in the clinical arena, then you go back to your personal life, that sometimes your personal life comes back to your shoulder, just to try to make your research or your master or your PhD or your research because you want to do that. So try to make a proposal. But sometimes it's difficult to make a proposal in another language. Sometimes more easier to make a proposal in your language and have money from your person. I think there is no money for nurses in Greece. No, and I said, looking at Dimitrios, because Dimitrios works in the big, it's a big, yeah, for that reason. Okay, it's not that good.
Thanks so much, but I would like also going to Mary to comment that on the other hand, we have a great relationship with patients, and most of the times the recruitment rates in cancer nursing projects are really high. So I think so.
When I wake up every morning, I say, thank God, the sun is up, it's great. And when I go to my hospital or university, I always think how makes things better. The same problem with research is in every field. We know that the doctors are doing research because the pharmacy companies pay for that, and that's clear for us. We must use the pharmacy companies. Before it was here Bristol, and we are doing a PhD about fatigue from the immunotherapy, and they are great about this idea. Fatigue, it's an assessment, we must do it, and we say, how can we support this research? So when we start research, we must find the ways that will be attractive, for example, from pharmacy. Second, the problem in putting the evidence in the clinical practice is for everybody. What do we do in Peloponnese? We are having a collaboration with a laboratory from Cyprus that is really doing, let's say, translation of the research. It's not very easy. The first step, let's meet each other. We are from the hospitals, you are from the laboratory. You are doing the research or we translate the research. The second step, in 1 month, we will send the questions we have from the Peloponnese. And we try to find if she has already translated some research. And then, with the groups we have in the hospitals, we are going to ask them how can we implement this research in the clinical practice and how can we make the measurement. These are not miracles. This means that we have everybody to make effort in order to access. Second, Sula told a lot of things. We have the students. In our offices, we were yesterday, we have now a library. This library with now is in the next month will be all full of books. And we're going to start every month to have meetings for the students in our offices. Not to have coffee. We have coffee and cookies, we don't do it. But in order to make them learn them how they do a presentation, how they are involved in research, how they can study a book, how they can find the research, and they will have a local sector with nurses and will be promote Greece nurses. And we have arranged with nurses with students because we have to prepare them for this, which Sula said, how to make research. And next year there will be nurses in the clinical practice, so they will be prepared already how they make a presentation. These are things that can be done, this is I say. If we say, good morning, my God, thank you, their son, and we go back to our work, and this will have, let's say, a big difference in the next years when these students are going back to work. Because the future is on these students, not in ourselves. We must go back, and these students are going. So this is what we do in Greece.
Thank you. Thank you so much. As we can see, there are ways and strategies to overcome the barriers. And as we are going to close this session, I would like to thank you all for participating in this discussion. And before welcome the next facilitators to give the floor to Maura again for the final word.
Thank you. It's really interesting to see how different it is where you have countries where advanced practice roles are in place for 20 years versus countries trying to get these roles in place, because it is the advanced practice nurses that are leading a lot of and informing research ideas in countries where they are. I just suppose one bit of advice for anyone who wants to, get involved and do research is the networking, joining organizations like EONS. This is where you're invited onto a team. There's somebody putting a fund in. They want you because you have expertise in this little area, and then suddenly you're going to help them to develop the program, the grant application. So it's about just being seen. There's an awful lot of nurses who are fantastic, but they're kind of hidden away. And put the hands up, join a group, and let people know you're there, and the opportunities will come. They won't come to you unless you put your hand up and be seen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now I would like to call Matt Howler from the UK, Mary Patrick from the Netherlands, and Konstantinos Papadon from Greece to facilitate the next session. Thank you.
So as in this session, we actually have 3 speakers. So I would like to ask you to remember your questions. At the end of the session, we have time for all of your questions and a bit of discussion. I will now introduce the person next to me, Dr. Matt Fowler. Matt is a consultant advanced clinical practitioner for cancer services at University Hospitals Derby and Burton NHS Foundation Trust. Matt's interests lie in advanced medicine practice in cancer care, and he undertakes weekly clinics in colorectal oncology and cancer-associated thrombosis. He is also the EONS board treasurer and with the European Oncology Nursing Society, obviously. Since last week, Matt has had his graduation, and he is now a doctorate in nursing practice from the Duke University.
Thank you, Meryl. So I've got quite a fancy job title in that I'm a consultant advanced clinical practitioner for oncology and hematology, or how I introduce myself to my patients, one of the oncology nurses, because they understand that title. And I'm going to talk to you about my journey in advanced practice, how I've got to where I've got to, my experiences of working in the UK, and just share some of my thoughts. And I'm equally going to try and read this out. So, γεια σας. Είμαι πολύ χαρούμενος που είμαι στην Αθήνα. Με λένε Ματ και είμαι νοσηλεύτης από την Αγγλία. Δουλεύω σε ένα αντικαρκινικό νοσοκομείο. Σήμερα θα ήθελα να σας μιλήσω για την δουλειά μου ως νοσηλεύτης προχωρημένης κλινικής πρακτικής. Ευχαριστώ. Παρόλο που είναι δύσκολο να παρουσιάσεις αυτόν τον τομέα στην Ευρώπη, πιστεύω ότι υπάρχουν δυνατότητες για όλους τους νοσηλευτές που εξειδικεύονται τον καρκίνο σε όλη την Ευρώπη να δουλέψουν σε πιο προχωρημένο επίπεδο. Δεν είναι όλα θέμα συνταγογράφησης φαρμακών. Σας παρακαλώ, μην μου κάνετε ερωτήσεις στα ελληνικά. So yeah, I'll go back to English now. So I qualified as a nurse in 1997 and I did my undergraduate training in Birmingham. And I've worked in hematology and oncology for 25 years. I used to work at the Royal Marsden in London. Back in 2000 is when I undertook my initial cancer nurse training. I then progressed up clinically and worked as a senior charge nurse, both in bone marrow transplant and in solid tumor oncology. I am a true hybrid hematology oncology nurse because I've done both and I still continue to do both. I worked as a matron, so as a head nurse, and I think if I'd carried on doing that, I would probably have given up nursing because it really wasn't for me. And that's when I moved into advanced practice, which was probably about 12 years ago. So in the UK, we have the ability to undertake a prescribing qualification. So I first of all did my non-medical prescribing, and that includes chemotherapy, so we can prescribe chemotherapy as well. I then did separate training so that I could authorize blood products. Did my master's, I did a postgraduate certificate in advanced practice. And as of last week, I've just finished my doctorate in nursing practice at Duke in the States. I sit on the board at EONS, a role I enjoy very much. And I'm an honorary lecturer at Bethlehem University in Palestine and also at my local university in Derby. It's not just about nursing. I think it's really important that we have things that we do outside of nursing. For anybody that knows me, my dog is my world. My dog means everything to me. And the dog at the top, he's called Blue. Sadly, he died a few weeks ago, so he's no longer with us. But we've just adopted a new one called Wallace, so he's going to be joining my life soon. I learn Greek badly, so I do have a lesson every week. And I also undertake some medico-legal work as well, so I write reports for when there's elements of nursing negligence. So this is my first foray into being an advanced nurse practitioner, and that's back in 2014, and I have a lot more hair. And I thought I'd got my dream job. I got a job on a really nice small cancer unit in the UK, and I was going to be doing some acute oncology, some clinics, putting PICC lines in. And then I discovered I was about to be micromanaged. And I don't know if any of you have worked in a situation where you are micromanaged, but it doesn't bring out the best in me, and I'm sure it doesn't bring out the best in you. So I did it for about 18 months and I thought I can't continue to be micromanaged. And in my experience, it's often nurses that do this. They tend to like to micromanage sometimes. So I lasted about 18 months and then I moved on. Now, this looks like a really fancy job. So this is what I did for 6 years. And I was a consultant nurse working at a large hospital in Birmingham. And I'm doing lots of fancy things now. This looks like it's true advanced practice. So I did a colorectal oncology clinic where I was prescribing chemotherapy, seeing patients post-radiation, requesting scans, breaking bad news. In the afternoon, I then switched to do a lumbar puncture list. So I did all the lumbar punctures for neurology. Tuesday morning, I'm either doing a uro-oncology clinic in the morning and a gynae-oncology clinic in the afternoon, or I'm flying off to one of the Channel Islands called Guernsey in the English Channel to help them with their haematology services out there. I then ran a separate haematology clinic on a Wednesday morning and worked in primary care on a Wednesday afternoon. So I'm seeing children, adults, you name it, everything. I then undertook a thrombosis clinic. And then in the afternoon on a Thursday, I was putting portacaths in. Now that's not needed. I was actually inserting them. I was trained to insert portacaths. I was doing PICC lines. I was removing Hickman lines. So that was my vascular access session. Friday morning, I'd do a bone marrow list. So I'm doing bone marrow biopsies all morning. And then I'd help out with the bone marrow transplant patients in the afternoon. Aside from that, the picture in the top right-hand corner, that's me at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm doing a plasma exchange on a patient on intensive care. I was also doing skin, fat pad biopsies, learned to do ultrasound-guided paracentesis. So this looks like true advanced practice, doesn't it? I don't think it is. You can teach a lot of people to put needles in people and do procedures. So I moved on, and this is my current role. And I work in Derby. I'm got this fancy job title. I've been a consultant advanced clinical practitioner. And this is what I do now. This is what my job plan looks like now. So on a Monday morning, I'm working from home and I get dedicated time built into my job for quality improvement and research. In the afternoon, I get separate time to provide clinical supervision online to trainees, not only in my own hospital, but at other hospitals in the UK. On a Tuesday morning, I work alongside a clinical oncologist and I do a colorectal clinic whereby I see patients on chemotherapy, radiotherapy for anal and rectal tumours. I get time on a Tuesday afternoon to spend time with my dog and I play tennis. And I think it's really important that we do think about things outside of nursing. On a Wednesday, I've just set up a special clinic in the community for haematology services. And I've started doing some procedures because I now have to do some vivisections, but that's the level of procedures that I do now. I then get dedicated time in my job plan to look at service development on a Wednesday afternoon. I do a remote cancer-associated thrombosis clinic on a Thursday, and I get dedicated time again on a Thursday afternoon for teaching. Friday morning, which is what I was doing yesterday morning, I work alongside a medical oncologist seeing colorectal oncology patients. And I then go to the colorectal MDT in the afternoon. This, to me, is more representative of advanced practice than that previous job plan I had, where I'm running around putting needles in patients all day. Because running around putting needles in patients all day is actually not that satisfying. I get 6 hours a week non-clinical time paid for in my job plan in the NHS. I have to work 1 weekend in 10 and I have to do 1 night shift every 12 weeks. And that 1 night shift is with a trainee that I supervise who works permanent nights. And I say this and I mean this, needles are not required to work in advanced practice for the most part. So this is the pathway at Derby where I work to becoming an advanced nurse practitioner. So these are 3 of my trainees. That's Jason, Hannah and Heather. It's a 3-year master's programme. Focused around the 4 pillars of advanced clinical practice, which is clinical, leadership and management, research and education. My trainees all do their non-medical prescribing certificate as part of their course. They have to do separate training so that they can request radiology investigations such as CT, MRI and X-rays. They do a separate module in diagnostics and clinical examination skills. They undertake training to authorize blood products because that is separate to prescribing. You don't prescribe blood, you authorize blood. And they do their advanced life support training as well. So year one, I don't see my trainees, they're gone. They are rotating around the medical specialties. They work in respiratory, cardiology, endocrinology, stroke. We do not see them. They're rotating around, shadowing the medical workforce. And that's really important in order to learn a lot of those skills to examine the patients, we need to spend time with the physicians. In year two, they come back to us and they work with us in hematology and oncology for the year. Then in year three, they go again and they work in the emergency department, primary care, surgery, and out of hours team as well. I don't get them prescribing any chemotherapy until they're qualified. As soon as they're qualified, we do separate training and they can then prescribe chemotherapy. I would like to just point out, advanced practice in the UK is still not regulated. Discussions are ongoing, but everyone thinks that we've got everything sorted in the UK. We haven't. We really haven't, because these roles still aren't regulated. With our governing body at the Nurse and Midwifery Council, prescribing is, but advanced practice roles, there's still a lot of work ongoing. So I looked at prescribing rights in Europe, and it differs quite a lot. So Ireland, the UK, Netherlands, nurses can prescribe pretty much most medications. There's nothing in the UK that I can't prescribe that a physician couldn't prescribe. But then it varies from country to country across Europe as to what can happen. But I think the thing that's interesting for me is that more and more European countries now are starting to explore their nurses undertaking some prescribing activities. And I'm sure with time that will develop more and more. So it sounds like I lead this perfect practice life, but I make mistakes. And I think one thing that's really important is that when we do make mistakes, we share them. And working in these advanced practice roles, you can be quite vulnerable. These are just some of the things that I have done. I've missed a diagnosis of chronic lymphocytic leukemia. I prescribed some enoxaparin for somebody with bilateral hematomas. I missed a pulmonary embolus. I prescribed non-irradiated platelets for a pregnant patient. I prescribed ondansetron for somebody that had already had Kinsio. I didn't review an ECG after somebody had told me it was a perfectly normal ECG when it wasn't. And I prescribed apixaban for somebody when they were already on verapamil, so contraindication. So it's just to say we are very, very vulnerable in these roles. And I cannot stress the importance. As soon as I make a mistake, and anyone that knows me will clarify this, I put my hand up because I want every one of my team members to put their hand up if they make a mistake as well. It's about being safe and having that culture of safety. So just to summarize, opportunities. Own and share your mistakes. I cannot stress the importance of owning and sharing mistakes. It creates a safety culture. Know what you don't know. I know when I need one of my medical colleagues or to go to one of my clinical nurse specialist colleagues and just say, what do I do about this? I don't know. We're not mini medics. We're really not. This is about advancing nursing practice. And that's why I want to step away from talking about needles going in people and think about how we can advance practice other ways. Stay grounded. I'm a cancer nurse first and foremost. As I say, I introduce myself to patients. I'm Matt. I'm one of the oncology nurses. Patients understand that term. Seek out opportunities. There's lots of different ways, no matter where you're working in Europe, that you can think about ways to advance practice. Set up a toxicity clinic. Immunotherapy, I'm sure you're all aware of the chaos it can create in patients. So think about ways and means that you could be setting up some patient education sessions for patients on immunotherapy and assessing their toxicities. Engaging with your physician colleagues is essential. I would not have got to where I've got to without my physician colleagues. My last two bosses have both been Greek doctors, and they have pushed me so far. And my current boss is a Greek doctor from Thessaloniki. He pushes me so far, and it's really important that we engage with our physician colleagues. Needles and a prescription pad are not required, and I cannot stress the importance of working with academics and policy nurses as well, because without us working together, you're never going to achieve anything. Be kind to each other. support each other, keep the ladder down and let's get each other up there. Identify gaps in your service and don't give up. And anything is possible. That's me nearly 30 years ago as a student nurse with a lot more hair. And that's me on Sunday, having just become Dr. Fowler. So anything's possible. So ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. And now it's my pleasure and my honor to go to the podium. Dr. Elizabeth Patriarchi, that is a full professor at the Faculty of Nursing, National Catholic University of Athens. She had a significant contribution to oncology, nursing, through her extensive research, particularly in areas such as palliative care, symptom management, and nursing education. Professor Patriarchi has been actively involved in European oncology nursing initiatives, including serving as a facilitator of the EON research proposal workshop in 2019. Additionally, she coordinated the end-of-life nursing education seminar, emphasizing her commitment to enhancing end-of-life care education. Her leadership and scholarly work have been instrumental in advancing cancer nursing practices both in Greece and across Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your introduction. Doesn't move.
Μισό λεπτάκι. Είναι το. Όχι, δεν είναι αυτό. Όχι.
No.
Όχι, είναι αυτό.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I feel very privileged to giving you a very heartily welcome to this fantastic gathering to celebrate Cancer Nursing Day 2025. Having been invited to address challenges of advanced nursing practice in Greece, I was offered the opportunity to reflect to the story so far and to my long journey, starting as a young nurse at St. Savas Hospital in the 80s, and being an advisory member of Hellenic Oncology Nursing Association in European Oncology Nursing Society First Steps up to date. I'll shortly highlight the strides that have been made, the challenges that remain, and the opportunities that lie ahead. In the 80s, we were asked to present cancer nursing roles, such as stomach care, pain control, end-of-life care, etc. My role meant a set of behaviors or expected behaviors or actions. The term specialist was traced before the turn of the 20th century to the nurse who had completed a postgraduate course
in a clinical specialty or had extensive experience in a certain clinical area. Later, the terms expanded and extended role were used, implying a horizontal movement to encompass expertise from medicine or other disciplines. Advanced nurses' practice was used to reflect a more vertical or hierarchical movement encompassing graduate education within nursing rather than a simple expansion of expertise by development of knowledge and skills used by other disciplines. More recently, the term advancement involved both specialization, such as clinical nurse specialists and nurse practitioners, and expansion that resulted in new integration of theories, skills, and competencies to respond to the needs of patients and families and an evolving healthcare system. The global challenges to the APRN role are limited access to educational programs, insufficient nursing education, focus on the medical model, lack of understanding of the APRN role, lack of respect toward the nursing profession, dominance of the medical profession, and many issues related to credentialing. A variety of titles and roles for advanced practice nurses that have been discussed all in the morning, described in a recent review, have evolved to meet unique healthcare needs in different regions, but they remain confusing. These differences can also result in the underutilization of specialized skills and cause challenges for advanced practice nurses who wish to move between countries. The misuse of the APN terminology, inconsistent titling and educational preparation, misguided interpretations regarding the purpose of these roles pose barriers to realizing their full potential and impact on healthcare. Role conflict, role overload, and variable stakeholder acceptance lead to problems associated with the introduction of APN roles. Specifically, in Greece, the term advanced clinical nurse remains only in academic level. It hasn't been approved in Hellenic national health system. There is a lack of national regulatory framework and standards. The title of clinical nurse specialist or advanced clinical nurse is not protected. Inconsistencies in the scope of practice and education and training provision has negative impact on patient safety and quality of care. The nurse's career progression is not connected to their academic title. However, Greek nurses are very proud of their long history in nursing education. The first school of nursing was established in 1875, one of the 3 first schools in the world. And in 1881, Evangelismos Hospital, the biggest hospital in Greece, was built with a primary purpose to educate the nurses. Since 1937, other schools as 3-year programs were functioning under the Ministry of Health, and in 1883 were transferred in technological educational institutions under the Ministry of Education as 3.5-year programs. The vision of university nursing education became a reality in 1979. I was in the second class. And in 1987, the first PhD in nursing was awarded. From the academic year 1993, the Department of Nursing at the University of Athens started graduate programs equivalent to master's degree in 6 areas. And in 2003, a master in cancer nursing and palliative care began. 2018 was the year that all technological schools in nursing transformed into university. Cancer, as reported by the first speaker today, is a growing health burden in Europe, as in Greece, as country profile is clearly showing. Greece faces multi-phased challenges in addressing the estimated high cancer burden, including shortages of health personnel, high out-of-pocket expenses, long waiting times for radiation therapy in public hospitals, and uneven distribution of cancer care facilities. It lacks comprehensive policies and social protection mechanisms to support cancer patients and survivors. The Greek healthcare system is a mixed one. It is financed by state budget social insurance contributions, private payments, and out-of-pocket payments. And within this system, the nursing role struggles with great job dissatisfaction, and a high desire to leave nurse job position is reported. One great contributing factor is that there are more physicians than nurses in the country, leading to a shortage of nurses to provide care. As a result, there is very little support for advancing the nursing role, but there is a strong motivation to expand nursing roles, and many education efforts exist in the country, as already discussed by Dimitris in the morning. There is a big imbalance between practicing nursing and doctors per 1,000 population. We are the first country in physicians and the last one in nurses in Europe. Currently, the nursing education system offers master degrees in nursing, but some doctoral degrees are also supervised by medical schools. There is no certification or registration for advanced practice role in oncology. Even that, I'm going to show you some very old pictures. Postgraduate oncology programs were in action in early 90s. There was an active collaboration between the Hellenic Oncology Nurses Association with oncology societies and hospitals all over Greece, a very good collaboration and organization of seminars with the Greek Cancer Society and the Greek Nursing Society, as well as a continuous developing international collaboration and networking. Recently, the term advanced nursing education was used in postgraduate master programs in our nursing department. And last January, the first Pan-Hellenic Congress on Advanced Nursing Care and Research was offered. The conference brought together diverse areas of research, clinical insights, and thought-provoking presentations that emphasize the evolving scene of A&P and the need of continued learning and adaptation in the 4 pillars of advanced nursing practice: clinical, leadership, education, and research. Nursing organizations clearly explain why it is important to recognize APN, such as to drive up standards of practice, to create advanced career pathways, to build upon reputation of the nursing profession, to have public confidence in nursing. There are many challenges to the APN role that Greek nurses are facing too, and also there are many strategies for removing barriers to APRN practice. Moreover, scientific articles support that nurses' preparedness for the future should include artificial intelligence. We, as nurses, can be guided and supported by already published and used criteria for the credential. But what our society and our country should urgently do is to offer clinical jobs for advanced nurse practitioners, for educated nurses not to leave the country and go abroad, if we want to retain nurses in the profession and meet the increasing demand for healthcare services in cancer care. And before closing, a few personal thoughts. After 4 decades in practice, education, research, and leadership, can I use the title APN today? Could I call myself a nurse consultant in palliative care? Reading and adopting the presentation, of Hugh Duke, who is the nurse consultant and principal lecturer. This is what I do. I integrate different sort of practice, clinical education, research, and leadership across different layers of organization, individual, team, broad and national, or intervention or international, to enhance patient care through direct care, educating practitioners, changing contextual thinking about palliative care, disseminating knowledge. I'm working on the brick. I'm watching like a hawk. I'm nurturing rising stars. And the culture in which I am working is where nurses are the cookie duff, where they are seen as vampires, pirates, and aliens, and where new roles are under scrutiny. Looking to the future, we are moving forward, exploring boundaries of the profession with transformational leadership and vision, organizational recognition, multi-professional working and learning, and competence development. But also, we should not underestimate the part of nursing in advanced nursing practice. Advanced practice nurses should be seen as practitioners in their own right and not compared to medical professionals. The caring aspect of advanced nursing practice still needs to be fully understood and defined. This includes components such as therapeutic relationships, effective communication, and patient-centered holistic care. Conceptualizing APN practice and recognizing their valuable nursing care will lead to a better understanding and clarity of the role, enabling it to realize its full profession. This should be our ongoing journey. This is my ongoing journey. Thank you. And this is Lutro, South Greece, Crete. You're coming next time. So I'm going back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Patiraki. Next up is Matthias. Matthias? So Matthias, I'm pleased to invite Matthias to the podium now. He's going to be introducing his work.
Where is it? Here? Oh. Where is it? Which one? This is it's already shown this
Yes, it was last presentation.
here.
No. You go further.
Yeah.
This.
One moment,
Okay,
please.
thank you, Matthias. So Matthias is the EONS Working Group co-chair. He's got nearly 30 years of continuous professional experience in oncology and haematology nursing. And for the last 18 years, he's working as an advanced practice nurse in the Cantonal Hospital in St. Gallen in Switzerland. He specialised in outpatient oncology, cellular therapy, and multiple myeloma. He has a bachelor's degree in nursing pedagogy and a master's degree in nursing science. And for over 10 years, he's also worked as a lecturer at several German and Swiss universities. His main topics are patient education, symptom management, advanced nursing practice, and occupational safety with cytotoxic drugs. Matthias is co-chair of the Education Working Group, and we're very glad to welcome him to the stage today.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. But this would be all not very important because I'm just a trained monkey to present this. These are the slides of Tupa. She's the chair of the EduFrame task group, and she can't be here and asked me to present this. So here, it would be better to introduce Tupa here. So to be quick, do you all know the framework, the cancer nursing framework? I saw some of you took a copy outside. If not, and if you don't know it, take yours later on. And this framework from time to time should be updated, or you should look if it's still usable for practice, and that's the aim at the moment of the EduFrame project. So the aim of the study is to understand the level of awareness and use of the framework and explore its usefulness among practitioners, employers, services, and education providers. And the information will guide the education working group in promoting the framework's use and preparing for the next update in 2026. And this is the time line of the project. So we are now in May at ECND. All the work we did before was preparing a questionnaire, also building a task group, preparing a questionnaire, and we launched the questionnaire today. Yeah, and with the results of the questionnaire, we will see what we have to update in the framework. There also will be a workshop at ESMO or EONS 18, and after that we update the framework and want to disseminate it at ECND 2026. This is a picture of the questionnaire. We have translated it in different languages. So here are the people who helped with translation. Thank you very much to all of them. And here are the QR codes to the questionnaire. I think one is in English and one is in Greece. So maybe you find your QR code.
So this is the moment where I have to be slowly, that you have time to find it. Okay, so the right one is the Greek one and the left is the English one. So during you try to, so I think everyone has it now. No, so I can start to tell something about the workshop we plan on, or we have planned in ESMO. So there will be a workshop at October the 18th, and the title is Strengthening Cancer Nursing through an updated education framework. And we only will have a limited number of participants, 20 people. So there is a pre-registration needed for the workshop. And this workshop should be interactive, so we have expert lectures in the workshop and collaborative discussions, and participants will examine how to update the framework and how it can be applied in education and clinical practice. Objectives will be to introduce participants to current cancer nursing education framework and explain the need for its revision, to present key updates and feedback related to the draft revised framework, to explore practical applications of the framework in cancer nursing, education and clinical practice, to discuss strategies for implementation, identify potential challenges, and gather insights from participants, and to outline how the EONS Education Working Group can facilitate communication, collaboration, and support for effective framework integration. So if you are interested in the workshop, yeah, think of register. So acknowledgements to the EONS Education Working Group, and also to all EONS members who helped translating and who will join the questioning. Thank you.
We want to tell something about the role of advanced nursing practice nurses. And at the end of the day, the number one of our list is the patient. The patients sometimes didn't know the title advanced practice nurses, but they feel the difference in healthcare services when people, when a nurse have the expertise to this healthcare services. We have a lot of problems in this. Professor Patriarchi tell some of something that makes this now that we have no this role from nurses. But I think that we must work all together to help this role in the few years and in Greece, and not only also in the other European countries. And I think that days as today is very interesting to tell about that, to make our efforts and to work all together about this. The patient remains for us the number one in the list, and we are working together from him to give him our and our best practice. Want to make a discussion?
So yeah, just to open it up to everybody else, if anybody's got any questions for us at all.
Shared about Ireland and advanced practice.
So in Ireland, about 20 years ago, they introduced the the advanced practice and regulatory body approach so that all nurses are registered now as advanced nurse practitioners. If they go through have the experience at the university masters and the clinical competencies. And a group of universities got together to all run the same program. We were in competition with each other and it made no sense. So now all 4 universities run the same curriculum for the same, so they come up with all the same, and it's much better than, you know, trying to get students from that university, whatever. And now advanced nurse practitioners are starting to be the mentors for candidates, we call them candidates. Whereas 20 years ago, when I started in that area supporting advanced practice nurses, it was always a doctor. And now it's a group, it's not just one person, it's an advanced nurse practitioners. I think Ireland were kind of a little bit watching everybody else and then decided we're doing it this way. But it's the same, and you cannot work as an advanced nurse practitioner in Ireland unless, with the title, unless you put in your portfolio and it has to be reviewed and then you get the title. You can't go into a hospital and say you're an advanced nurse practitioner without the title from the nursing board, which is difficult. I just want to share that.
I think it's very inspiring, and I know for sure in my country we don't have any advanced practice nurses other than informal. So like for me, you know, for example, to be more autonomous in your assessments and your follow-up and to make referrals on your own and things like that, that's part of advanced practice, but we have no regulations in Sweden. And I was going to ask, like you said, Matt, you don't have it kind of regulated either in the UK, and I think many countries apart from maybe Ireland is like that. But like, for example, if you make a mistake, like you said, how protected are you? Is it any difference from being nurse, physician, and you know what I mean?
You know the answer to that one. There's far more scrutiny on nurses than there is on physicians.
That's very vulnerable to.
Yeah, definitely.
That's also another reason for it to be regulated, I guess.
I think Ireland is definitely the country to look to, but unfortunately in the UK, what they're trying to do is regulate advanced practice nurses with physiotherapists, nutritionists, or they're putting us all, occupational therapists, they're putting us all together in one group and trying to regulate us. And it's causing lots of problems.
I also have a more maybe philosophical question, because I mean, I know you know the answer, and I think I know the answer to this, but like, what would the difference be for a patient going to a advanced practice nurse rather than the physician, for example, in a colorectal clinic? And, you know, I hear at home that people say, oh, are you going to be mini doctors? But I agree, we're not, but it's important for us to voice that. So what is the difference really? I mean, if you could elaborate a little bit.
So I can think about the clinic I was doing yesterday morning in colorectal medical oncology, and it was a 50-50 split between the physician and myself. And how it worked was there were 2 particularly difficult patients that one of which needed to stop their treatment and the other one needed to switch treatment. They need to see her. They need to see the physician, not me. So I can then deal with the rest of the follow-up patients, prescribe their chemotherapy, break some good news, which is always nice to do, request scans for people that are coming towards their 6th cycle of chemotherapy. But yeah, we work very much as a team, but the most important person aside from the patient is not me, and it's not the physician, it's the clinical nurse specialist. She is the one that brings us all together and pretty much manages us. So we are very much guided by her. She runs the service. She's the glue between us all. So if she was here now, she'd be the one to be championing, not my role as an advanced practitioner.
But I mean, I'm also thinking that your expertise as a nurse is to have, for example, a holistic perspective. So that must also be an advantage to maybe choose sometimes patients that really need that to come to the nurse instead, I'm thinking.
Are
Okay.
you doing that or?
Yeah, I can give you an example from yesterday. A lady I was looking after, she lives by herself. I phoned her up and I looked at her blood results and was like, you need to come into hospital. But in the back of my head, I know that she owns a budgie and that this budgie is really, really important to her, this bird. There's nobody else at home with her. I don't necessarily think a physician would think to themselves, well, what about her bird in the cage? Who's going to look after the bird in the cage when I bring her into hospital? So as a nurse, I think of that straight away because I know this woman intrinsically. I know her really well. So I think we can bring so much more to it from a nursing angle. And I will reiterate, it's not all about putting needles in people. Advanced practice is so much more than that.
Thank you everyone for your input in this topic, and I wholeheartedly agree with you, Matt. I think that I have seen a lot of courses, especially like in Europe and from Spain. So you see like, oh, an advanced practice course in like PIC lines, and I'm like, is that truly what advanced practice nursing is? So I think that is so relevant that this is being spoken, and that of course we need to start by regulating, defining, like we already have guidelines, right? The International Council of Nurses has guidelines on advanced practice nursing. We have those definitions, we have that criteria. Now we need to ensure that all countries kind of like follow those guidelines when bringing up these topics. But I would like to add what you were discussing with Helena as well. What do we bring differently when we see a patient? And the way that I see my role integrated into practice is, I know when a treatment needs to be changed or, or like, oh, let's go to second, third line. And the physicians tend to be, well, we need to be knowledgeable about what is the progression-free survival, what are the expectations for this line of therapy for these patients. We tend to be thinking about other things, like, is this treatment fully feasible in this patient? You are thinking in a more holistic manner, you know the patient from a nursing perspective, you're thinking from a nursing perspective with some medical knowledge, maybe. But you're also considering what are the toxicities that this patient is going to face from these therapies, how can we best support that, how can we reduce those toxicities, ensure like maybe we need more dose reductions and kind of like support the patient from a more holistic manner. And yes, as an advanced practice nurse, you can also use medication to support the patient, but you also use your nursing interventions and skills. So I think it comes to supporting the patient throughout the therapy. While yes, sometimes we will order scans and review results as well, but it's a lot more than that, without losing the nursing focus first and foremost.
So thank you for your very good presentation. I really loved it. I want to say something about putting needles into patients is not advanced practice nursing, and I totally agree. Yeah, but I want to add it can help for advanced nursing practice. So I started my advanced practice nursing career in Germany, in a third world country of nursing. And maybe I was the first advanced practice nurse in oncology 20 years ago. So nobody knew anything about the role. Yeah. And yeah, we decided in our hospital that I will conduct the bone marrow biopsies. And yeah, this helped me in my APN role because it's a diagnostic tool. So I met my patients earlier. It was a chance to meet them in the diagnosing phase. But on the other side, the patients took my name through the hospital. Oh, this advanced practice nurse, he did it that well and without pain. So all the physicians afterwards knew me and knew what I did, so it helped a lot. Yeah, it's not APN, that's true, but it can help you.
I think that's a really good point, Matthias, because if I think about when I did my bone marrow list, it was, I turned up for work on Friday morning, there were 8 patients booked in, and I just did those 8 bone marrow biopsies, and then I never saw those patients again. That was it. I was a technician. You said that beautifully in that was the start of that patient's journey, because it is, and that is true advanced practice. So yeah, very good point, well made.
I'm Carlos, I'm the communication working. I'm also an MP in the UK. I just wanted to mention that I think we have networks and we service in the UK works. There's lots of problems. Some of them you already mentioned, not to be protected name, to be compared with other professions from others, especially not a profession, and trying to put us in the same game. It is not ideal to have the in terms of non-medical prescription, we are managed by standards of the pharmaceuticals society, where we are a bit passive members in terms of let them take the lead what should be the standards. But I think really what I wanted to tell everybody is that I worked previously in Portugal as a specialist nurse for 18 years, and I worked now in the UK for 14 years. And clearly in the last 8 years, I've been doing the role back in advanced transplantation. And I can really say, at least for the way how I feel that I'm a specialist nurse with additional tools to help my patients. And when I'm doing that, I really feel happy in my work. I feel that I'm important for my patients and their families, and I'm changing lives. And that is the reason why I continue to do this job.
Sorry, thank you, Carlos. I think that's great that you reflect on your role as well. From my experience in the Netherlands, the role is regulated, the education is accredited. The problem in the Netherlands is that we are, well, I'm not actually anymore, but the nursing specialists see themselves as mini doctors. And they are just sort of the left hand of the doctor, so to say. They sort of do what doctors normally do and for the easier patients. And when I was in the role, I even got announced to patients as, here is the doctor. I am not the doctor. I don't want to be the doctor. So I wanted to ask, well, you two, maybe, do you have any suggestions on how, from my perspective now as a clinical nurse, how can I change that within our group of nurse specialists?
Really good question, Meryl. Who was introducing you as a doctor? Was that your fellow nursing colleagues? So education, education, education.
Yeah. It's so difficult because I tried to sort of correct everybody, but then the patients sort of made a point of it. And then a whole new discussion opened up where I had to sort of speak to the colleague nurse, but I also had to sort of straighten everything out with the patient. So I came to a point where I didn't say anything anymore. But that's why one of the reasons why I stopped doing the role, actually. So
I think personally, I'm very lucky to work in quite a small team. I work with a medical oncologist, clinical oncologist, and a clinical nurse specialist, and myself. We are the colorectal oncology team. So when you work with 2 physicians and a clinical nurse specialist, we're introduced right at the start as part of the team. But I'm very, very clear on using the word nurse because I am a nurse and I'm very proud to be a nurse. And I don't want to be a physician. And I was never that good at science at school, so I probably couldn't do it. But I'm really proud to be a nurse, and I like using the title nurse because patients understand it. So I would always use the term nurse.
thank you.
I have my hand up. I just can't help myself to make this comment. after Matt, your presentation was just brilliant. That's so inspiring and showing that many options as well that we can choose from. But my comment really as to what Maura said, that 20 years ago, there was APNs. And then Carlos mentioned that again, sometime 20 years ago. And then Matthias said 20 years again, that just kind of makes me feel how badly behind Poland is, at least 20 years. Okay, so because I'm saying that because in Poland, we're actually at the stage that nursing societies and nurses start talking about that. So, you know, you're saying, oh, you don't have it organized, please. We're just kind of starting to think about it. And like from my perspective, I find myself somewhere in between clinical nurse specialist and advanced nurse practitioner. But either of those roles are not recognized in Poland. In Poland, I'm a breast cancer nurse, I'm a nurse specialist. It doesn't really matter that I have PhD in my clinical work. So the recognition really, and that's what we need, for example, in Poland, that, you know, talking about advanced nurse practitioners is like very far future for us. So that's just me saying it's not all that great everywhere. And I envy you, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you for sharing. I'm just gonna comment on that, so, because
I agree with you, but I also think you most likely do a lot of advanced tasks, like I do. I feel I do that. I feel I'm working, I have autonomy, but that's just because I'm me in my clinic. Like nobody would support me if something happened, maybe apart from maybe a colleague. So I think we should watch ourselves also from starting to do things like that without having a clear role. So it's not only Poland, I think Sweden, you think we're very ahead in some ways, but we're not in advanced nursing roles. Like we're starting also talking about that seriously now, but I think it's a danger in doing the tasks, but you don't have the mandate, you don't have the job description. Even though all my colleagues would know as a contact nurse, I push go on the chemotherapy, I do a lot of things that you do, but I don't have anything on paper. So that's just, you know, I really understand what you say.
Matt, I think you've done a beautiful presentation, and I was delighted to see that in your current job description, you had the clinical role, you had the educational role, you had the research role, you had time for you with your dog. So I think that's hugely important for that retention, sustainability within these demanding roles. One thing I just wanted to pick up on, your job description for your current role as a nurse consultant looked different from your job description as an advanced practice nurse. I think in the UK, I'm delighted that our career nursing framework has that additional tier. Can you comment on that and the additionality that that brings and the importance of that tier that we currently have, which is relatively novel across the nursing cancer career framework?
So the first job I was in was pretty much led by me, in that I literally filled gaps. And that's all I did. Oh, we need someone to learn bone marrow. Oh, can you pick up the lumbar punctures from the neurologists? They don't want to do them anymore. Yeah, of course I will. Write a policy, learn how to do lumbar punctures. Fine. We've got a gap in colorectal, and can you go to Guernsey? And I just kept filling gaps. All on me. All on me. Very unsatisfying, unfulfilling job. It looks it on paper. That looks like an amazing job, but it wasn't. It really wasn't. Whereas now I've gone into a role that there was a defined job description, a defined job plan before I even started, with very strict governance, and without all those procedures, and with time factored in for QI, and they expect outputs as well from me. and with the dedicated non-clinical time as well, that every single advanced clinical practitioner in my trust has. We get 6 hours a week that we're not on the job. We can be at home and that we can be looking at audit, QI, but we are held to account if we don't deliver as well.
Thank you for that, Matt. And I think, like everybody in the room, we understand that additionality from medics. We bring the art and science together at a different level, and we should never forget that.
100%. That's what I knew about my patient's butchery guard yesterday.
Exactly.
Thank you, everybody. I think, oh, Mary, just last one.
Thank you very much for those presentations, really interesting, and also all the discussions. I just want to comment on what you said there, Meryl, about nurses being introduced as me or feeling like mini doctors, or maybe you being introduced as a doctor by your colleagues. So perhaps that's something that we should actually challenge, because that is actually against our professional code. We should be working within our practice, and that's misrepresentation if we say that we are physicians or medical doctors. So one thing that we can actually do is to use the code to really challenge that. And just to share with you that in our team, what we do is a peer support approach to ensure that there is safety in our practice, that we are working within our scope of practice. So we usually have a weekly team briefing to make sure that we are still within our boundaries, that we are not encroaching the things that we shouldn't be doing. And there's always like a sharing of practice within our team to make sure that we are seeing ourselves as nurses, and we are still using the perspective of the nurses, that we are using a holistic approach in our practice, just to share that with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you to all of you participating. Sorry. Small one, yeah. Hi, oh, sorry. Sorry, I've been trying to say something for a while, but the baby didn't allow me to do it. I just wanted to comment on everything that is being said today. It's been great. And this event is wonderful for people to connect from different countries, because my background, I'm from Spain, I live in Madrid at the moment, but I work in the UK for 9 years, where I became a specialist nurse, a clinical nurse specialist over there. So when you are somebody who works abroad and you come back home, you really realize about the difference between countries, and you really realize as well about people from your country and from the other countries don't really know the difference. So you speak with people from the UK, and it's very difficult for them to understand there is no funding for courses, there is no funding for studies, nothing for a conference neither, and that you don't receive any training to work with oncology patients or to become a specialist nurse. But then you speak with the Spanish nurses, in my case, and they are asking you, what is a specialist nurse? And do you really get time to do your studies? You don't have to do it in your own time. You don't have to pay it with your own money. So I think something that is great from this event, and something that we really need to try to put in social media and over there, is that there are different systems working all across Europe, and there is a lot of space for us to improve and for us to get all these advanced roles as well. And I think a resource that is not being mentioned here, if I'm not wrong, is that we can use patients and we can use patient groups to help us to raise awareness about these roles. Because it is impossible for people to claim something if they don't know that it exists. So when I speak with the patients in Spain, they don't know about the specialist nurse role. They don't know about advanced nursing. So when you speak with them about something, sometimes they look at you like, are you the right person to speak with me about this? You don't need a doctor speaking to me about these things. You are just a nurse. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's important that we raise awareness of these profiles and the roles and how much benefit they can bring to the patients, because they can help us as well. And from the patients associations and from the patient support groups, they can do a lot of raising awareness of this and trying to claim, yes, oh, I want one of these nurses that will help me from the beginning to the end and will support me this and there. So so I think it's important that we do know that it doesn't work the same. And if you are in your country and you know different, I think you need to try to get your network
to try to raise this awareness and see if we can get things like, I put as an example in the UK where I was working before. Because yeah, there is a lot of challenge and there is a lot of barriers and you cannot do it alone. So try to find your little network of nurses who might have that experience abroad in another country and do know these advanced roles and how much benefit they can bring to the patients, and obviously for professional satisfaction as well, because we want to do it better and we want to be recognized. So that was, sorry, it wasn't short.
No, but completely agree, and we spoke very passionately about this, and I think this, a lot of the projects EONS does is about this recognition throughout Europe, recognition of cancer nursing, but also for the advanced roles. So thank you for this addition. I now wanted to give Helena the floor.
I want to do something fun, announce the winner. So, yeah, so as you know, most of you, we have a competition every year where you can send in from your team, like, you know, your contribution to European Cancer Nursing Day. So I want to show you the winner. So this was from France, Oncology Nurse Association. We have sound.
Yes.
As a, just in the slides.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's, yeah, I think it's the Zoom. Just to put it down.
Leave it.